Absolutely. You know, Destiny, yesterday, I mean, I'd already spoken to Valentine and every other person, you know, was talking about Happy New Year.
Yeah,
so this is my official Happy New Year on the show to you.
Exactly.
Do you have any New Year resolutions?
Talking about New Year resolutions, I'm just one person that don't really do that. But I know that every year, you know, comes with its own envelope to unveil something new. And I'm definitely, you know, patiently waiting, you know, to get that unveil. And to me, right, every year, you know, somehow every new year it's what you put into it, and whatever you put into it, just as if to say you're sowing a seed, just expect the harvest of that same seed you sowed at the beginning of the year. So just like when you give birth to a child, you bring that child in, and when that child comes, that child is empty. It's what you fill the child in with that makes or break the child. So it's a new year, so I intend to fill it in with positivity and in turn get more positivity.
Absolutely. Valentine did say that he's a now solution person.
Exactly.
He doesn't have resolutions. He has now solutions. Anyway, let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. Quite a number of things this morning. But firstly, Naira extends gains across FX markets despite deep in inflows. Nigerians earning between 30,000 Naira to 100,000 Naira most affected by inflation in December, and this is from the Central Bank of Nigeria. Nigerian stock market value crosses 100 trillion Naira mark as positive momentum swells. And finally, on the headlines this morning, Senegal's international bonds climb on investors' optimism over IMF deal. Now, those are some of our headlines this morning. We'll take a quick break and be right back to see what we have on the newspaper front pages today. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and this is the newspaper review segment where we'll take a look at some of the stories on the front page of the papers this morning. We'll start off this morning with the Business Day paper. Of course, we start from home. On the front page of Business Day paper this morning, the big story here says stocks cross 100 trillion naira valuation as investors eye earnings season. Apparently, this earnings season, and this continues on page 30 of the Business Day paper this morning. Still on page 30 of the papers, it says Flutterwave targets 8 million accounts with $40 million mono acquisition. And on page 31 of the papers this morning, Nigerian billionaires overtake South African peers as fortunes hit $43 billion. And the writer goes on to say Rabiu leads wealth growth in 2025, ranks 4th richest man. Amazing. It's good to also see Rabiu stepping up. Obviously, it's been there for a while, but you know, a lot of talk about of course Aliko Dangote. So just I see that there's been a lot of PR.
Exactly.
Like his PR team last year, they went they
overboard,
were on another level. I'm like, okay, this is good. So yeah, great one.
It's just a good example to the world that healthy competition is important. Although they are friends, but you know, as much as the rest of the world will be, some might reach for Dangote as him, since he's the one leading the charter as the richest man in Africa, and then those who are runner-ups in their businesses will be like, okay, he's our friend, though. We're friends. But business, like, they want to, you know, be on the same level. It's part of it. So healthy competition, right, that comes with, you know, sit down after business to have a cup of coffee, play golf, because they're all friends.
Yeah, which is
exactly so. But it's good for the business. It helps if privatization will make our country work very well. I think we should have this kind of partnership. Although, right, we want a case where monopolization also will be put a cap on. So having something like this will enable anyone who is thinking that Dangote wants to monopolize the market to think twice.
Exactly.
Because people like Rabiu is coming up on a different angle. And like I said, outside the whole business thing, they are friends. They're in the same club, playing golf.
Of course. Yeah. So if you can
also I like the relationship that Nigeria sort of has with South Africa. So I think for me that's even like the competition I'll talk about, because four of our listed billionaires overtaking the South African pairs.
Right.
You know, South Africa seems to be like that brother that, you know, always seems ahead. So it's also good to see Nigerian billionaires also stepping up, you know, stepping up in that regard. So I think for me, I'm more concerned about this also having like a ripple effect on our economy in general, because what we see is individuals, you know, taking leaps and growth, but we need to actually really see it, you know, at the granular level, you know, people getting impacted positively, you know. Shout out to Aliko Dangote, Samat Rabiu, Tony Elumelu, Forest Foundation, Femi Otedola. They're doing amazing work, but we also need to see more younger people. I think
you'd be amazed. You'd be amazed that in 2026, a lot of young people are competing favorably with these big names.
Yes, like all this.
They're quiet. You will hardly hear exactly, especially people in tech. Wow, they're doing a lot, and you find out that they're so young. Yet they have metamorphosed into that point where they can compete favorably, although their names are not out there. You know, the likes of Forbes and the right, has not recognized them yet. It doesn't really mean they're not doing so well. You need to see what guys in tech are doing. Genuine monies. You know, we're actually discussing this thing. A lot of giant strides. People are doing stuffs, and even the likes of Dangote, when people are always saying that he is the monopoly, the monopolist, so to speak, you find out that he gives good ideas even to the government, people in politics, so that these things will spread. If somebody like that happens to be the president of Nigeria, trust me, there'll be a lot, to gain from his government. I'm not saying he's politically ambitious, but I'm just thinking
business-wise, I think he has it under his,
sleeves. Yeah,
exactly, because
he has it on lock.
Exactly, because if you look at it, I mean, I agree with you. Truth be told, if we're looking at young billionaires coming up, right, it will create more jobs. But,
it will.
But no one funny thing, they actually are these young billionaires, but they don't want to get. They don't want their name.
They don't even want their name out there.
If I was a billionaire, right, because I know where I would want to invest my money in, trust me, I will still do what I love to do, which is come talk about, the current affairs.
Exactly.
I just be in the middle of you beautiful ladies. I probably have like 5 billion in my account. But I don't want to know. But I still want to do stuff that I love to do the most. Stay in media, TV, radio, be on stage. That's stuff that gives you joy. So there are a lot of these tech people that are billionaires.
They're billionaires,
but they are quiet. Did other stuff.
That's why I want to give it to Business Day. Business Day is doing a lot to put businesses out there.
Yes.
They're doing a lot of recognition. When you come to a Business Day event, you know that yes, you are coming into prospects. You get so. Kudos to Business Day. I mean,
kudos to Business Day.
By the way, I'm not a billionaire, so don't think that way.
No, maybe you are. Maybe you are. Just maybe he is. Maybe we need to have a conversation with him.
Trying to make sure I do 1 instead of 1 0.
Well, you probably are just fooling us on this show. Maybe you have some money. I think I need to come see you after the show. But on page 31 of the paper,
you're not telling us something. You're hiding something right now.
On page 31 of the paper this morning, it said telecoms regulator pledges tougher consumer protection as service gaps persist. The telecom sector is one sector that needs a lot of attention.
Sure.
We are consuming lots of data, we're making lots of calls, but people are complaining
the service,
about the fact that the service is not 100% for the kind of money that we get to pay, because we're paying through our nose.
We are actually.
Aside from the broadband that I have, I still get to do data every day, and I'm not even exaggerating. And it doesn't make sense when I sit down to do calculation, it's not even adding up to me. So people are complaining about the fact that everyone is facing it one way or the other. Like, you're paying a lot for data, you're paying a lot for to make calls, and we are still having this service gaps. So seeing telecoms regulators pledging consumer protection as this service gaps persist, well, maybe we'll see that in 2026 we see an upgrade in the telecommunications sector.
I will gladly see that there is an upgrade, like you just likely said, right? Because it's actually not funny. The social space is where a lot of things are happening now, and then you just need data to be able to. You can imagine when your data just goes off in the middle of the night when you are very busy doing something, and you do not only feel bored, you don't feel productive anymore. And and because the telecoms know these things, and then they're not giving good services for the kind of monies we are paying. They really, really need to up their game this year. Trust me, they really need to up their game, because people in the diaspora are testifying to the fact that we in Nigeria are paying too much for data, yes, and we're getting less services. It's not nice.
So
it never used to be like this.
Just to elaborate what you've said.
Yeah.
There are some countries right now that give free data. Wi-Fi in some certain areas. I know we have it here in this country, but not in that magnitude. You work in some certain countries, part of what they do to help you as a young person who probably is not earning money, or help you who is running a business, so that you can become more, productive.
Exactly.
They make sure that, look, data is free in our country.
So you can
learn.
It's
difficult to, to see most telecoms saying let's give free data. Everything has not been monetized.
And so at some point, they used to give free midnight calls, at some point back in the days.
That's what that's actually to encourage you to have high blood pressure because you don't sleep at night. You want to make calls.
Right. Even at that, some people will still prepare for those calls by sleeping very well in the day and taking advantage of those calls. At least they have an advantage, to speak to whoever, giving long conversations for businesses, right? But then again, it's not happening. You hardly find anything free from the telecom sector, and they're reaping Nigerians
these days.
Yes. And the sad part is, those who still borrow airtime, right? Have you noticed something?
Tell me.
They will always send you text messages telling you, don't worry, if you don't have airtime, you can borrow airtime.
Yes, of
and
course.
then to you, as you borrow, you want to pay back. They tell you there's an extra charge to pay. What you don't know is
nothing is free.
That apart from the fact they collect that 15 naira extra, 100 naira extra for 1,000 naira airtime that you borrow, they will still collect that airtime through other means that you don't even know. I'll give you a good example. I don't want to call the name, but we all know the name. As soon as you dial a number, I dial Elizabeth's number, right? I can see that she has answered the call and it's running.
Yeah.
And I'm saying hello.
I see hello, yes.
Hello. And you're saying hello back in return. You can hear me, I can't hear you. As I cut the call. And because you're eager to know, what does Valentine have to say now? He's not coming for the show today, or is he going to come late? And so you call me back. Now, I can hear you, but you can't hear me. So you're going, hello. Yes. What you don't know is the third time is when both parties will enjoy the conversation, but the first and second time, your airtime is taken, especially if you borrow airtime.
Another one I actually noticed.
So are you saying that
it's a ploy? It's part of the arrangement.
Another one I noticed, right? Just like what Valentine has noticed, is when you just recharge your phone and you're trying to call someone, you're hearing that your airtime has been exhausted, your call terminated. But that's not true. If you hold on a bit, the call will pull through. But why that trick?
It's to encourage you to have back
airtime. It's a trick.
That's the fact. So it's a hoax. So the idea is, look, let us just throw in that in. If they fall for it, the person will cut and then recharge. It's the fact. Because what we enjoy the communication, and then guess what? If you're a business person, as an entrepreneur, it doesn't tell good of you where you are talking to somebody on the phone, all of a sudden thing calls. The person on the other side knows that your airtime is about to finish. I mean, when you're talking about, I'm calling Elizabeth. Elizabeth, I'd like to get involved in a business of 50 million naira. We're talking about that amount of money, a business. All of a sudden, the thing goes mute. This young man wants me to invest 50 million naira.
Oh my God, this is actually strange.
So I tell you what, a lot of people have been discouraged from investing.
Yeah.
It happened to me before.
Oh, really?
I can tell you, I called this certain guy, although the guy was a racist, by the way, to be very honest, he was a racist, and I found out. But I called the guy, I asked him, look, so my business is this, that, XXX, this thing, whatever it is in media, can I have you come in? While we were talking on the phone, guess what? He just went mute for a second, and the one man said, your airtime was about to finish. I was furious. I knew I had airtime.
Of course.
Right? So, as soon as I caught the call, I was going to recharge to call him back. He now called me, and guess what he said? He said, Mr. Valentine, I thought you had enough airtime. You took about your business, and then you couldn't talk for long. Can we see later next week? I knew that business had not.
Yeah, of course. That's just the truth.
So it just goes to show
That's the truth. That's
first
the truth.
impression does matter.
It does.
Telecoms, please.
You can do better.
Please,
you can do better. No,
that was a shot at them.
So we don't need to
get you.
So we don't need. So this Valentine does not lose out on another deal in year 2026.
I promised to buy you guys ice cream. So I need to make that.
We need more than ice cream at this point.
I'm telling you.
No, we need more than millions.
All right.
This won the biggest story here on stocks crossing 100 trillion naira valuation as investors eye earnings season. Obviously, earnings season is just right here. Is this a story you want to
look at?
Speak on a bit?
So I believe that first and foremost, it's a good thing to see that stocks can now cross 100 trillion. It's no small money. Even though the exchange rate right now is 1,400 and something naira to $1. Even if you convert that money, it's still no small money in dollars. What does this mean? It means that our economy is picking up very well. But can you imagine 20, 30 years ago, we're not even hearing of 1 trillion naira. So now we can hear 100 trillion. Are we not saying, as much as our economy can manage that amount of money and it's flowing through our economy, if at all, is it going to encourage more people to want to come buy stocks, want to come get shares in companies? It's going to encourage foreign investors to now say, wow, Nigeria has potential to be great, even though we have insecurity problem. These are also good indicators. However, ladies, this is the flip side. The flip side is, as much as we are doing all this, can we also make sure that we are tackling insecurity and removing anything that has to do with Boko Haram or cleaning them up, so that this investment, when they come in, they can help us even increase this money and create more jobs for us. Remember, as you grow older, you want to create multipliers effect. And how can that work? If you also start a business and someone else can rely on you, take all this great experience you have in media, start something else, so someone else can rely on you as you grow older and more experienced in the game. So for me, 100 trillion stocks, fantastic, which means that there's an indication that Nigeria's economy is getting more matured. However, can we see that it can be sustainable? And then the common man can be able to eat 111. For those of you who don't know what 111 is, it means eat in the morning, lunch and dinner. Not every Nigerian.
But the truth is, speaking of breakfast, lunch, dinner, I think it's overrated to have 3 square meals.
Yes.
I don't know what you think, but that's my take. I think eating 3 square meals is for, I don't know so that narrative, but I think 1 meal or at least at most 2 meals a day is enough.
So when it comes to fitness and exercise, I love that a lot. And I have this person who's a nutritionist, and they'll tell you what you want to achieve, really. I'm glad you mentioned this area of food and what was important, breakfast, lunch. What do you want to achieve? Losing weight, or do you want to achieve being bulk? But that's a story for another day.
Yeah. Well, to read more and to get more insight on this business stories, information that you've not seen anywhere else, you should grab a copy of BusinessDay paper. And for more premium stories, you should also subscribe to our BusinessDay Premium. We currently have a promotion running, so you get a discount on your subscriptions. But this is where you get all the exclusive information first, and even before you get it on the BusinessDay paper. But in the meantime, please grab a copy of the BusinessDay paper at stores near you, or visit www.businessday.ng to read more on the stories. Let's see what we have on the front page of the Punch paper this morning. Still this morning, 2027 battle says Rivers crisis escalates as top APC governors back Fubara. This is on page 2 of the Punch paper this morning, and it goes on to say APC secretary, FCT minister clash over Rivers governor. How emo politics sparked Wike APC rift. And on page 7 of the paper this morning, we see a photo or some photos right there, photos from AFP. It says Venezuela, Maduro arraigned in United States court amid protests. This one has been in the news for like recently now. On page 3 of the papers this morning, on the top left hand side of the Punch paper, it says insurgency, AU extends Nigeria and others join its military operation. This is on page 3 of the Punch papers this morning. On page 23 of the paper this morning, Sarah Group eyes 7,000 megawatt in major power sector push. This one is from the Punch paper this morning. On page 30 of the papers are quite sad, unfortunate. It says Anthony Joshua may quit boxing after car crash. Just in case you don't know, there was an unfortunate accident that occurred some days after Christmas with Anthony Joshua and some of his closest friends, and 2 of them passed on, leaving Anthony and his driver. I'm sure that was a very sad blow for Anthony. Really sad. So
if I might chip into this, I will tell you, we understand the trauma that he's going through, knowing that his friends probably couldn't have died if they didn't come to Nigeria. Doesn't mean that Nigeria is a bad place to come. Doesn't mean that eventually we all will not die someday. That's just the fact. But however, as much as everybody, is pouring their condolences, I also really have wished that those guys were still alive, really. I will say this. If they were alive today, and somebody else had died that was still close to him, God forbid, they will say no. Because of that pain, still stay with the boxing arena. Why? So you remember them. These friends of his, great friends of his, so rest in peace, added a lot of value to him. They love boxing. So for me, I don't think you should quit boxing.
But he was already, if you notice,
He's already facing out.
No, actually, because he was already doing what they call those games, like the one he had with Jake Paul.
Right.
It was already not like doing like the mainstream.
Okay,
if you had noticed, so I already saw that happening. So this might just be
the last straw that breaks
the breaking point.
Already that. But I think it's really sad. I mean, accidents happen everywhere, like we said. But one thing that accident also still showed is the gaps that we have in our healthcare sector again, because it took a long time for an ambulance to even come. We see that they had to take him into the police vehicle all of that time, although the guys already died. Like they died on the spot, but I'm talking about for him. So I think he just, because he must have a lot of muscle that made him not even have any
he was just,
what's it called?
He was lucky. The position where he sat, right? You could tell from the wreckage, from the accident, that you see that the impact was more on the right side. Remember, when you overtake from the right, and while as whoever was driving negotiated, as in took that right turn, he didn't see the stationary trailer. So the right side, which is the front passenger side, and the rear passenger side, where both of his friends sat, were seriously smashed.
You know what's quite unfortunate about this accident is the fact that, according to what was revealed by his driver, who obviously was accused of overspeeding and all that, he said that the spot where his friend was seated was where Anthony was sitting.
There was just a slight change.
Minutes before that accident, he told him to please move to the back, as he was blocking him from seeing the side mirror. So it's almost as if that guy just went in his stead, because it would have been Anthony. He just told him, said just minute before, he told him to move to that back. So that spot he was sitting wasn't where he was seated, was his friend seated there. So you can imagine that just minutes before the accident.
I think with all of this, I saw it when he said I could have been him, because he knew, the impact and everything that transpired before that moment, when it came crashing on
so
him.
It's hard to get past.
It was too tragic. It was too tragic, because everyone that had heard of the story will just take a moment to pause and think and imagine that, wow, people you brought all the way as visitors, just to come and have fun in your country.
No recovery, nothing. Are you telling me it's because the plane was flying over, wherever it is?
That price, death is what every man must definitely pay. But the way it happened was actually tragic. You don't expect Anthony Joshua, to feel less the way he's feeling. And if he says that he's giving up on his craft because of that, it's enough to do that. That was too much. It's enough to sacrifice. It's enough to sacrifice. What he does for that.
One of them is his trainer.
Exactly.
It can never be the same. Both of them are literally
connected to
connected to his career. Like they train him, so it's just
time will
where is
heal
it going
him.
to?
Time will heal.
It's not really
easy. It takes a long time.
Yes,
it's not really easy.
I will tell you.
And then there'll be this blame game or this sense of guilt. Yes, so this sense of guilt that why would it be when they came, with him visiting his home state? Okay, I think one of them is even a Nigerian as well, right? That it's happening the way it's happening, So it's really thought provoking. It's tragic and it's very painful.
Anthony, all the comforts and all the help he can get this time. I pray that God comforts him. I pray that he gets this period also brings him closer to God and gives him comfort on all sides.
Exactly.
To get past this as soon as possible. Still on the front page of the Punch paper this morning, 2027 battle, revised crisis escalates as top APC governors back to Barra. And that's one of the stories that we have on the front page of the Punch paper this morning. It says APC Secretary, FCT Minister clash over Rivers governor and how emo politics sparked the Wike APC regift 27 battle as we move towards the elections. I dare say that it's a lot going on.
Well, it's interesting when we hear political actors and those who are, politicians coming up with different tricks and antics to be able to discourage young people who actually mean well for this country by behaving the way they behave. But however, Rivers crisis when it comes to politics has always been unique. I remember we having, we had the computer side and we asked him some political question. He said, look, I'm not here to answer the political question regarding Rivers State. It's too dynamic. So when I see Rivers State's crisis escalates as top APC governors back for Bara, I just shake my head and say, hey, wait a minute. Right? APC and PDP. It's just a name. It's just one and the same people.
Exactly.
However, we are in a democratic setting. And so, to each his own, whichever party you find yourself, if it favors you, good and fine. But we don't want to see anything that will lead to bloodshed again. We don't want to see anything that will make anyone begin to, think Rivers State is not the place to invest. I love Rivers State. I lived there for a while. I speak a bit of Korean language myself. I also lived in Bayelsa, so I speak a bit of Bayelsa.
Oh my God.
But however, what I'm trying to say is that, look, a place is not bad. It is human beings that make it bad. Can we stop prioritizing what we call selfishness over the good and greatness of the people?
Valentine just said it. He just hit the nail on the head. Rivers is a very sweet place. The Garden City, Port Harcourt especially. I was born there. I was bred there. Like it's a town that I have the soft spot for. Now seeing that politically there's this unrest in that state, every time there's a political unrest or somebody is trying to bring a gladiator effect of, I'm the owner or I'm in charge, it is not proper. That state should be left alone to be ruled by people that, that can bring a change, and make it, better than the way it is. Now, Fubara has been able to find a voice, find a little bit of confidence. I don't think Wike should go on and about, bringing battle lines here and there, for the governor. Nobody gave him that heat during his 8 years rule. So I don't know this back and forth thing between the parties, and I don't think this should continue in Rivers State, just like Valentine rightly said. Rivers State should be given, that a brittle title that it has always had. It is a garden city for crying out loud. So how will it continue to be that if there's this political turmoil over and over again? It's sad.
Like you said, garden city, let green foster. Let there be some cool oxygen within the environment.
Exactly.
There's not cool oxygen though. Literally and not literally, because there's shooting as well going on.
I like the fact you followed up with that. It's good, which is good,
Yeah.
But the good thing is that I think that we need to call it what it is. You see, some politicians like to carry out what we call the crab effect. You've seen the crab before? He has two hands.
Exactly.
Right? And this person wants to eat here and eat here at the same time.
Yeah.
And we're saying, look, you already have federal appointment where a lot of people are quite loyal to you, even though some young man tested your loyalty. You're a fool. No, I'm not a fool. We saw how I went down, back to back. It showed that, look, even the high and mighty could be humbled.
Yeah.
Right? If you don't respect yourself, you'll not be respected. So whether maybe he has felt, man, on that level, I've just been rubbish. Let me come back home and hold down my, my foundation. But for crying out loud sake, you've already taken appointment with the ruling party.
Exactly.
And you embraced it. Yet you don't want to let go.
There's a whole lot of camouflage in this part.
So he thinks that, look, I can still control Rivers State since PDP brought me up and groomed me to be the politician that I am. However, I still got an appointment from the ruling party. Let's not forget very quickly, it's not the same Wike.
That was not loyal to Ahmed.
Exactly. And the same Wike also, when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who's now our CNC, went to Rivers to go and campaign, the videos are there. Right?
I have a problem with people that are not loyal.
Sorry, I almost landed. The videos are there. Now, this same Wike received Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Exactly.
And then he asked a question in the Rivers State Government House. He said, these people are here. I hope you guys didn't want to, in his voice, I hope you guys didn't want to truncate this election. He said these words.
Yes.
Right? People looked at him and like smiled, not knowing at the end of the day, now see how life has turned out. He's taking an appointment, right? What am I trying to say? Can we allow people to live and let live?
Let's let this thing just go round and let it not just be one man's business. But that's what he's making it feel. He has done a lot of pocketing of political roles of that state, River State. As in, he should let the sleeping dogs lie.
And the rich states.
It is a rich state actually. But on page 9 of the paper this morning, Nigerians cut household spending by 14 trillion naira as inflation bites hard. And speaking of inflation, is year 2026. I think that's not something that we want to start the year talking about. Talking about inflation biting hard and households having to cut spending, right? I know that we have. It's like our economy is, in 1 minute we're saying, oh, everything is stabilizing, and next minute we're talking about the household spending having to cut because of inflation biting hard. But it's year 2026 and people want a little bit of normalcy, a little bit of comfort. Starting the year, you want to be stable. So whatever the government needs to do, whatever the people in authority need to do to at least put things at a level point to see that at least we are not fighting so much to even survive every day, because it's almost like every single day we wake up, it's like we're literally fighting to live. You talked about 3 square meals. It's not everybody that is of the opinion that 3 square meals is not important because of the way I think. Some people, it's because of the situation.
Exactly.
Some people actually really want to eat 3 square meals, and you can't even
But you
afford
even
2
find
square
that
meals.
people that can afford it do not even really want to eat that much. Have you noticed that when you have so much, you don't even feel hungry?
That's what I'm saying. That's by choice. But now people are having to. It's not a choice thing anymore. Right. So we need to actually see that our economy is at least
stable enough
that people can just afford the basics. If you go out on the street,
purchasing power should be like
before. On the street, people are begging you for.
I was going to tell you.
It's crazy. They're like, auntie, give me water.
It has become so illegal. It has become a normalcy.
It's outrageous.
What are you even doing?
Before, when you see beggars, in your mind, this person is either disabled or something physically.
No, people are okay and they're still begging.
100% okay. With a cell phone on the hand, right? And then with a baby here, and they're begging you.
What would you expect? Because how much is a plate of food if you want to buy I think now if you want to even like we use the roadside bukas or whatnot, I think you need to have at least 2,000 naira. That's why they say urgent 2K, because 2K now seems like the base point. Because
it's not like the 500 naira before.
Yes, back in the day, it's a 500. Like it would have been an urgent 500. But now urgent
you'll be able to get rice. You'll be able to get rice 300 naira, 200 naira, 1 pure water. You're good to go. But I tell you what somebody said. Somebody's very proud of this government, saying that it has actually, made them to step up. That there is no old stock in their shops anymore.
Really?
Yes. And then the food seller opened up and said that before they were selling like 100 naira from 100 naira. Now it's from 500 naira. That they're happy that Tinubu has actually made them to step up. That you find out that the Malams, they're buying a lot of trucks in my 12 market. They're buying a lot of trucks.
Actually,
they're stepping on tomatoes. Yes. And the food sellers are very happy with this government. They said the government has made them to step up. That they're happy to sell a scoop of rice for 500 naira. Wow. That Tinubu has made them to step up. That nobody should abuse Tinubu government. That's come 2027. They're going to vote for
because people will always eat.
You know what it means?
That's the thing. People will always eat.
Literally means one man's meat
is another man's.
Yeah.
They're very happy. They said businesses are booming.
No, but their food
they
business
do not just food business. They're saying that they do not have old stock. People want to buy old stock for less. They're saying now, do you have old stock? Maybe I can pay for less. So because of that, things that they think that they cannot even sell before have become valuable.
So then what happens to so now who gets to, at what
Bear the
cost, who
brunt.
gets to bear the brunt? If it's the consumer
At the end of the day.
So this is also a lesson for us. I think at this year 2026, somehow everyone has to also think of how to also be not just a consumer, also a creator, so that you're not just the one that has to purchase, you're also the one that's creating, whether it's a service or providing a service or selling something, so that at least you're also benefiting, and you can also tell the story, because the people that are consuming, that are consumers, have a different story to tell. But this story,
Venezuela, right?
Yes.
Eating really to talk about.
Still on the front page of the Punch paper this morning, Maduro arraigned in U.S. court amid protest.
Wow.
See, I will just say it as it is. Unfortunately, we used to think that when there's a problem, we go to the police of the world. We go to the big brothers, the United States of America. Narratives are now shifting now. In fact, it only took 24 hours, 48 hours for those who were jubilating that Maduro has been kidnapped. Let's use that word, not captured, kidnapped from Venezuela. Those Venezuelans who were jubilating now turned around and said, wait a minute, why are we jubilating? Right? Now there's a new protest that says, free Maduro.
Wow.
Because they've realized that what Donald Trump's plan is to become an imperialist over those South American countries. Do you know right now he has started threatening Cuba, started threatening Colombia? You know, so for me, when I see things like this, it is so appalling. It is so degrading of the United States. Even some of the servicemen right now are looking at themselves saying, is this what we signed up for?
They're just realizing very late.
And
They're actually realizing very late.
The sad part of everything is that as we speak, right? As we speak, Russia, China were all buying oil from Venezuela. Even the tanker that was seized was a Chinese-owned tanker that has been paid for already with hard Chinese currency.
You can imagine.
So now, what do you expect? You've taken Chinese property on the soil that they have partnership with a particular country, meaning that you are willing to go to war. As I speak to you, Chinese are moving their ships to the shores of Venezuela to protect this remaining Venezuela asset that they already have investment in. You see, what this means is that very soon, African countries that don't have nuclear weapons go and purchase nuclear weapons, because it looks as if countries that have nuclear weapons are not even threatened. Who would dare threaten Kim Jong-un of North Korea? Who would dare threaten Russia?
They know where they are doing their threats. They know where to end it.
So it is clear.
So to draw the balance.
Our prayer is this shouldn't end up in a nuclear third world war. If it does, I'm sorry. Just have to pack our things and tell ourselves it was a wonderful being.
You know, this has already been said that during the last days, nations will come for themselves. But what do we know in that regard?
Let's see how it goes. And then before we even go, this makes it even worse. He didn't seek Congress approval before they moved in. That's one. So let's come to what it is. Because CNN, they're trying to max it by saying it was a capture. Some people are saying it was what? A kidnap. I mean, the media platform like we are.
Obviously.
You know, so we can't begin
different narratives.
Different narratives. However, at the end of the day, what's going on right now is this. Even if he was brought to the United States, shouldn't he be taken to the Court of the Hague for trial? Because that's what it says, International Court of Justice. ICC, I mean. It says if there's an issue, take him to the Court of Hague for trial or whatever it is, but not take him to America to be tried.
A
sitting leader of a country that has the highest deposit of crude oil.
Exactly.
300 billion. Oh,
real quick, let's also see what we have on the front page of the Guardian paper.
Of course, we have less than 3 minutes before we go. And so because of that, let's just rush it off. Venezuela from the Guardian newspaper says that Venezuela treatment lesson to Nigeria. ADC warns Tinubu. And here it says Maduro pleads not guilty in U.S. court, says I'm still president. And Osun APC accuses state government of inducing a local government crisis and seeks NJC intervention. You find that on page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. Now from the big story on page 6 says the tax reform risk sluggish on certain execution timelines over tardy NSW. Right here says that equities break 100 trillion naira barrier as 14 firms control 50% of market. And here says Ondo courts shut down as judiciary workers begin indefinite strike. And from here says Southeast Southwest Alliance, the shortest route to Igbo presidency, says Carlo. And here says the APC draws battle line with Wike over Rivers political control. And the federal government introduces new measures to curb WAEC NECO exam malpractices. You find that on page 8 of the Guardian newspaper. And from here, still in politics, that Obi charges federal government on killing spree over 40 slain in Niger State. And from here, so the Southeast Southwest Alliance, shortest route to Igbo presidency, says Carla said that before. And that's about what we have on the Guardian front page this morning.
Right. So we see what we have on the catching of the day and the Business Day paper this morning on the BDTV breakfast show. It's always a good way for us to wrap up. Still on the tax conversation. We'll probably be talking about tax for a while. So that's the elephant in the room, is it? So we see an elephant, a gray elephant, obviously, and on it is written tax, and then we see someone seated on it. We know who that person is.
Most definitely.
And then we see some hungry individuals on the bottom, and this elephant is trampling on them. And that person on top of the elephant is happy. It's charging on. You can see some people have even died because we can see blood has already been shed at the back. So
red and ready to
fiery. And this is the tax. This is the tax conversation because Nigerians are
whether you like it or not.
Those people on the ground are Nigerians. That person sitting is our leader.
Of course.
And the elephant is the tax is the elephant in the room.
Of course.
Obviously. I like how that's cartoon was
played.
I hope that at the end of the day we somehow find, because I mean tax in itself is not a bad thing. But the major challenge for Nigerians is the fact that, you know, talking about tax when maybe you don't even have enough income. But one thing we need to understand how this tax operates, and that's why please head over to our tax digest. We have a lot there for you to learn. There's a lot to learn and understand about how this whole tax thing works. It's not a bad thing. It's not doom. It doesn't spell doom. You just need to have an understanding of it. That's why we leave it this morning on the newspaper review. We have up next, we have Business Morning with Destiny Momo. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background. which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with BusinessDay Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a BusinessDay Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Good morning. You're still watching the Breakfast Show on BusinessDay Television. I am Destiny Mama. Now it's time for Business Morning. But before we go on, let's see what we have on the news this morning. We'll be right back for this.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Now let's bring you the news in details. The Naira strengthening across segments of the foreign exchange markets on Monday despite a decline in weekly FX inflows at the official window. According to the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Naira appreciated marginally by 1.54 Naira, with the dollar quoted at 1,429.30 Naira at the Naira Nigerian foreign exchange market on Monday, compared with 1,430.84 Naira on Friday, the first trading day of the year. Now, the local currency also recorded gains, appreciating by 0.7% to close at 1,490 Naira per dollar in the parallel market on Monday from 1,500 Naira on Friday. Now, despite the gains in the Naira, FX inflows into the NFM window declined by 20.67% week on week to $593.70 million from $748.40 million in the previous week. And now moving on, Nigerians earning between 30,000 Naira and 100,000 Naira per month recorded the highest perception of inflation in December 2025. Now, this was revealed in the Central Bank of Nigeria Inflation Expectation Survey, based on interviews with 3,512 respondents comprising 1,848 firms and 1,664 households, showing that 54.9% of respondents viewed the inflation rate as high during the period. Now, the findings highlight the burden faced by low-income earners, as a related report by the Nigerian Financial Services Market and further illustrates the challenge, noting that nearly half of Nigerians earn less than 50,000 Naira a month, an amount described as insufficient to feed a family. Now, still on the Nigerian stock market, hit a major milestone on January 5, 2026, reaching a market value of over 100 trillion Naira, following a strong rally that lifted equity capital from 99.90 trillion Naira to 101.5 trillion Naira. The market, tracked by the all-share index, surged 2,725.8 points to close at 159,218.2, up from 156,730.7, as investors took positions in mid and large cap counters. Now, this sustained momentum brings the ASI within striking distance of the 160,000 point mark, fueled by positive sentiment in stocks hitting the 10% daily gain limit. According to reports, the market's 1.74% daily gain reflects strong investor confidence, with the ASI now firmly above 159,000, pushing the year-to-date return to 2.32%. And now, to end the news very quickly, investor optimism about the possibility of a new international monetary fund lending program drove Senegal's international bond prices higher, with prices rising by more than 2 cents. And Senegal's $2033 bond led the gains, climbing 2.8 cents to trade at 62 cents on the dollar, marking its highest level in 5 weeks. According to reports, the advance followed a sharp sell-off that pushed the bond to a record low on December 17, while Senegal's euro-denominated bonds also rose more than 2 cents. Now, let's go on a quick break. When we are back, we will be discussing the first topic on our business morning. Don't go anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're watching the Breakfast Show on Business Day television. Right now, it's time for a business morning. Now, let's go straight to the first conversation. Talking about how artificial intelligence is transforming financial crime prevention and national security. Now, these are lessons from advanced economies. Now, artificial intelligence is fast becoming a frontline defense in the battle against financial crime, which is detecting fraud, combating money laundering, tightening compliance, and even strengthening national security frameworks against emergent digital threats. Now, traditionally, financial crime systems relied on static rules and manual reviews, a game of catch-up and increasingly sophisticated criminal methods. But regulators, banks, and even tech innovators across the United States, Europe, and other advanced economies are now turning to artificial intelligence and machine learning to flip the script. Now, APALI journals, AI models can analyze vast volumes of transaction data in real time, spotting intricate patterns and anomalies visible to legacy systems. Now, this includes predictive risk scoring and perpetual know your customer monitoring, and even adaptive machine learning that evolves alongside criminal and tactics. Now, leading financial institutions haven't reported significant improvement in fraud detection accuracy, a dramatic reduction in false positives, and the ability to process thousands of transactions per second, something traditional systems were never built to handle. And across the Atlantic, European regulators are also grappling with the dual nature of artificial intelligence. And while it enhances defense, it also empowers organized crime networks to deploy AI-powered scams and cyber attacks, forcing law enforcement to accelerate technological adoption and cooperation across borders. Now, in practice, this transformation ranges from banks using behavioral biometrics to detect imposters to global anti-money laundering platforms uncovering complex transaction networks, spotting threats traditional systems would miss. But policymakers and civil liberties advocates want that oversight, governance, and ethical framework must keep pace and with innovation, as artificial intelligence assumes a more central role in financial crime prevention. Questions around bias, transparency, and privacy will shape how these tools have eventually evolved. Now, joining us is Benga Akingbulere. He is a software engineer, Palo Alto Networks. Good morning, Benga.
Good morning, Destiny.
So good to have you join us on Business Morning. Thank you for joining us all the way from California in the United States. How are you doing? Happy New Year.
I'm doing good, and it's a pleasure to be here to discuss artificial intelligence. And also, thank you very much, Destiny, for making my job easy.
All right.
Actually analyzed everything, and it also shows that you are also an expert in artificial intelligence.
We're getting there. Now, very quickly, how is artificial intelligence redefining the way advanced economies actually detect and even prevent financial crimes such as money laundering, fraud, and terrorist financing?
Okay, thank you for the question. If we start from where you stopped,
yeah,
right? You said like you talked about traditional rule. Like traditional rule has to be like rule based. So it's an art whereby an analyst or a machine learning developer, right? They try to catch fraud using some kind of rule. They kind of say, okay, they give some kind of yardstick, like if a transaction exceeds this threshold, flag it. If a transaction is maybe, let me use an example, 1 million naira, flag it. And this traditional method look at transaction in like as in one transaction. It looks like transaction as like an account holder, okay? An account holder, a money flux into his account that the system did not expect, right? So traditional method might want to see this transaction as, oh, this has not happened to this account before, right? And start suspecting if it's actually a financial crime. So this method may not be sufficient in the sense that this person may not actually be committing financial crime. Also, look at this traditional method we're talking about. If an attacker or someone that is committing financial crime are very, very intelligent now, right? So if I say I want to give a rule that if a transaction exceeds an amount, like it should flag it. So what will the actor do? They will try to split this transaction into smaller transactions and send the amount to different accounts, right? So it means that traditional method will not be able to spot this fraud if it's actually a fraud. Let me use an example. An account A holder, right, transact a business, an illegal business with an account B, try to scam the person. An account B holder send a money to that account. And account A holder, something about people committing financial fraud is time, right? They want to quickly escape the time because the person they defrauded may want to escalate the issue. So they want to quickly move the money from the account to any different account. So traditional rule will be like, oh, if this first person that commit this fraud take all the money and move it to another account, traditional rule might be like, oh, maybe he wants to flag it. But what about if this person now split the money into 4 different smaller accounts, like 1 million naira, he split it into 200,000 naira, right? So that means 1 million naira yardstick has failed. So what AI is doing now is that it's not using all those traditional rules. It is actually looking at pattern. It's looking at a transaction holistically. It's looking at the relationship between account A and account B. And it's looking at the relationship between account A and different accounts it send the money to. You look at it that this kind of person send this money to different accounts. It send it to different accounts. Did they have relationship? What fraudulent people do is that when we talk about money laundering, it's act of taking dirty money and turning it into a clean money, right? So this person gets this dirty money and he wants to clean it up, sending it to different accounts. So what artificial intelligence will look like? They look at this different account and this account. A person can even have different accounts on his phone. So artificial intelligence will look at it holistically. This person is sending money to different accounts with the same device on his phone, and it's trying to assign a risk score to the person, right? Or someone is sending money to different accounts that they don't even have relationship with. So artificial intelligence look at the act of sending this money holistically. It look at different patterns, look at the network, look at different, why is this account a pass-through? Some people use different accounts as a pass-through, whereas the person committing the fraud is somewhere. So traditional method may not be able to spot the person committing the fraud. But artificial intelligence can look at the pattern and look at different matching and be able to spot that. And this actually reduces false positive. It means that when traditional method tells you that, oh, like it gives you an alert that a crime has been committed, most times crime are not actually being committed, and it wastes a lot of people's time. It wastes the data analysts that are going to be reviewing it time. But artificial intelligence reduce this false positive like maybe by 40%.
Having said that, right, you spoke a lot. You actually spoke a lot. Very valid point. But then again, what specific AI tools or models have proven most effective in actually identifying complex financial crime patterns that traditional systems often miss?
Okay. Now, there are so many AI tools that prove like give a better solution to it. For example, I can use like machine learning risk scoring, right? So what that looks like, it looks at many signals together, right? Transaction history, account age, someone can create an account an account that a transaction has never occurred in the account. Suddenly, a lot of money from different accounts is entering that particular account, and this person take the account and push it out almost immediately. So what AI will do is that it tries to attach risk score to that account. Also, apart from risk scoring, we have something like NLP, large language model. What large language model can do is like it looks at different account owner, or it look at different account owner, like, and it look at, oh, is this person a politically exposed person, right? So if this person is a politically exposed person, it search the web, the whole of the internet, and look at, has this person actually committed a financial fraud before? It match the name and look at, oh, after matching the name, the best way I use AI is that I don't actually look at the response AI gave me. I actually look at the way AI thinks. So let's look at it in this way. A politically exposed person, the AI found the person in the news, and the politically exposed person name is X. So AI will look at, there are so many people that are bearing that name. Okay, is this still this same person? It tried to solve the internet, try to look at different scenarios, maybe their LinkedIn profile or different social media profile, after spotting them in an advanced media, right? So if the AI is very sure again, it tries to check the source of the information, where the information is coming from, right? It tries to check the validity of the source, like the news that is and if it is very, very sure, it comes back and assign a risk score to the person and say, oh, this person is high. It assign maybe high risk score. Another way it does is that AI does not look at transaction as just a single transaction. So there's something called network graph, right? So AI look at transaction. This is like a transaction, and it look at the network to that transaction. So AI see a transaction as, let me say, a line, right? And different network to that transaction. So let's say this is account A, this is an account A. Different people, different accounts send an account to account A. That is many to one relationship. AI try to see, oh, this account A and this other account, did they have anything in common? Are they related, right? Are they related? Are they siblings? Is this guy receiving salary? Is this guy selling a business? If the answer is no, and look at those other accounts that are sending, they are very, very strange. They send money to this account A. It try to create a relationship with account A. Let's say the money is now in the account of account A. So account A immediately transfer this amount to different accounts. So this is now one to many. Before we have many to one. Immediately the person transfer this. So what AI is doing is that it is trying to create relationship between, it's trying to see abnormality between this other account and try to like trace a relationship. Now, don't forget, when this person sends this account to the amount to different accounts, account A, B, C, D, right? This account A, B, C, D can also transfer the amount to different accounts. So AI is looking at it comprehensively, and AI can those comprehensive results to now check the main person behind the account. So that's what we call graph analytics or network analytics. So it is one of the most important tools in spotting money laundering.
You're just hitting the nail on the head back to back. Okay, now very quickly, in what ways has artificial intelligence strengthened national security? You know, like by improving intelligence gathering, threat prediction, and even cross-border financial surveillance.
Okay, thank you for the question. So, you know, what AI is very good at is that it sees what we cannot see, right? It sees what human being cannot see. AI has vast amount of data, right? It can penetrate into any data and read in between the lines of any data, right? And see some kind of pattern that are very, very, that the human eye cannot see. Attackers are very, very sensitive. They are very, very sensitive, right? They don't want to be caught. What people committing money laundering or financial crime, they don't just want to be caught, number one. That's the first thing about them. Number two, they want to clean up their money. Number three, time is their best friend and their worst enemy, time, right? So now, when they get this amount of money, they actually want to quickly take it off their account. So, okay, sometimes we ask the question that, oh, someone scammed, an account B scam an account A, right? And he went to the bank and the bank could not do anything. What is happening? The bank cannot reverse the money immediately. There are different reasons why a bank cannot reverse the money to the person. Number one, if that information did not quickly get to the bank, the person that scammed you might have transferred the money. So bank cannot reverse the money back to you. That's number one. Number two, again, bank, they want to be sure if the transaction is actually it's fraudulent. So what this attacker or this scammer need is time. So what they want to do is that they want to quickly move the money and they don't want to be traced. So what artificial intelligence does is that it helps you gather intelligence because there are so many spots that we cannot see. The manual method cannot actually see some spots. When this person sends the money to different accounts, right? So a manual method cannot actually see the pattern in which this person is using to send money. Okay, let's use another example of kidnapping. People like collecting ransom and everything. They can, maybe let's say someone collected a ransom of 100 million naira, right? The person cannot go to the bank because the bank will ask the person. They want to know the source of the amount. They just want to know this. And this person that collected 100 million naira cannot go and use it to invest in real estate immediately, right? The money has to pass to the bank. So they split this money into different accounts, different people to actually take the money and spot it into the same account. So artificial intelligence is looking at this is abnormal. This person has not hit 100 million naira before, but different 100 people send this particular money to this person, and this person immediately move this money to another account. So it helps in gathering intelligence because where human eye cannot see, artificial intelligence see it, and it quickly raises warning signal. So artificial intelligence is moving financial services or financial protection from reactive state to predictive state. It can easily predict what is happening if it is a fraudulent activity, and it reduces the time in which investigation will be completed. And it also
something that artificial intelligence, it makes it easy, to access those kind of monies, like for instance, spread across for ransom. These are very valid things that AI is doing today that a lot of people are not aware of. Okay, then how are advanced economies balancing the use of AI in financial crime prevention with concerns around data privacy, even civil liberties, and ethical governance?
How they are balancing it. Okay, so AI is as good as the data it consumes. That's the first thing we need to know. AI is as good as the data is consumed. Now, also, the fact that AI is doing wonderful things does not mean that every person data has to be exposed, right? So what advanced economy is doing is, what advanced economy is doing is, they are trying to they have a rule, they have a law that anybody data should not be exposed. That's the first thing. AI succeeds more when it has so many data, right? So we need a lot of data to train AI. So what the law that has been put in place for that is that even if you are going to be using customer data to train AI, close all the sensitive information about the person, do not reveal it. Do you want to reveal somebody's NIN number, BVN, their PIIs, right? Another thing is that AI, they say something about AI, that explainable AI. Every reasoning behind every decision AI made has to be logged. So in the manual method, right, before then, any AI, for example, they said, oh, if a transaction exceeds this, flag it. So there are so many things hidden behind the box that people cannot actually see how their AI or their system is giving the decision. But now AI there's a lens of glass. So AI has to be able to give a decision, has to tell us why it is actually flagging this transaction as fraudulent. You understand? AI will now use, like, it's going to write it that, oh, I flagged this transaction as fraudulent because I saw this pattern. I am able to figure out that this account is a pass-through. It's not a real account, right? This person creates a fake account and is using it to distribute accounts to different layers, right? AI will explain it. So that's what we call, the world move into explainable AI. Every decision has to be explainable. Even when you are sharing customers' data, don't even share sensitive customer data, right? They are not actually, So those are the way that AI is.
Because of time, I would have asked you a series of questions, but because of time, right? Lastly, looking ahead, how critical do you think will AI be to national security strategies, and what investments are required today to ensure resilience against future and financial threats? Please give me a brief answer on this because of time.
Okay, so what should we be investing on? First thing I would say is that we should invest on knowledge, right? Every global economy invests on R&D. They invest on research. African cannot be doing cash up every time. The government, African government, should be able to invest large amount of money on research. Another thing our economy should invest on, it should invest on training the youth. It should be able to invest on training people to be able to use AI accurately. So another one is collaboration. Each banks, different institutions should be able to collaborate with themselves. People cannot work in silos again, right? So once a pattern has been detected, what advanced economy they're actually doing is that they are sharing intelligence between banks. They may not share customer data, but they are sharing the model, they are sharing the mathematics, right? They are sharing the findings, so that when they see a pattern, they share the pattern to different banks. So when different banks see the pattern will not be new to different banks. So that's what we should be investing. They should be investing on collaboration. They should be investing on trust and governance, right? The government should be able to invest on trust and governance.
Wow. Now, these are very valid points that you've given us this morning. Now, we've been talking to Benga Akingbulere. He is a staff software engineer, Palo Alto Networks, all the way from California in the United States. I want to thank you so much for bringing in your wealth of knowledge on artificial intelligence this morning, talking about economies, talking about global governance. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Happy New Year once again. Right. So after this break, we will come back with a second conversation, still on a Business Morning on Business Day Television Breakfast Show. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. we send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Welcome back to Business Morning. It's time for our second conversation. I'm talking about future-proofing organizations and why smart strategy are relentless execution now define success. Now, in a world marked by rapid technological disruption, economic uncertainty, and even shifting consumer expectations, organizations across industries are confronting a single pressing question, and that is, how do you remain relevant tomorrow while surviving today? Now, experts say the answer lies in a powerful combination: smart strategy backed by relentless execution. You know, from multinational corporations to fast-growing startups, leaders are increasingly recognizing that vision alone is no longer enough. Strategic plans must be agile, data-driven, and closely aligned with execution at every level of organization. Now, future-proofing is not about predicting the future perfectly, says a global management strategy. It is about building organizations that can adapt quickly, make informed decisions, and even execute consistently, even in uncertainty. Across advanced economies, companies that are outperforming their peers share common traits, clear long-term goals, investment in digital capabilities, and even leadership teams that prioritize accountability and speed. Now, artificial intelligence, automation, and advanced analytics are no longer optional tools. They are becoming the backbone of strategic decision making. But technology alone is not the differentiator. Analysts point to execution as the missing link where many organizations fail. Poor alignment between leadership, vision, and even operational delivery often leads to wasted resources, missed opportunities, and declining trust among employees and stakeholders. Now, relentless execution means turning strategy into daily action, right? It requires disciplined leadership, empowered teams, and a culture that rewards performance and learning. And that is why human capital also plays a critical role. Future-ready organizations are investing heavily in reskilling their workforce, fostering innovation, and building resilient cultures capable of absorbing change. Companies that neglect talent development risk and falling behind, even with strong strategic in this whole process. Right. So now joining us this morning is Anesh Rupnarine. He is a business transformation leader from Unipet, all the way from Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning, Anesh.
Good morning to you and good morning to the audience. Thank you for having me on your program.
To have you. Right. So now very quickly, talking about future proofing, right? Future proofing organizations through smart strategy and relentless execution. What are the most critical strategic decisions governments and enterprises must make today to remain competitive, resilient, and innovative in an increasingly volatile global environment?
Thanks for that question. When volatility becomes the norm, strategy has to get simpler, more agile, and sharper, and focus on decisions that matter the most. They should pick, the enterprises, government should pick must-win outcomes, for example, service reliability, cyber resilience, and resource optimization. Stop spreading resources thin. They should design for volatility. Diversify suppliers where you can. Digitize workflows and build redundancy where failure is expensive. In areas such as payments, energy, logistics, citizen services in the case of government. Focus on modernizing the operating model. Decide what stays in-house, decide what is outsourced, and decide what becomes platform-based, like the cloud environment, shared service management, change management, a measurable delivery pulse. So in my view, coaching, collaborative, and servant-type leadership works best for keeping employees inspired and interested. Make data an asset. Establish data ownership, standards, single source of truth for insights and decision-making. So those are the areas I would say would help navigate during these times with volatility as a key area of concern.
All right, and having said that, now how can data and even artificial intelligence and even intelligent systems actually improve operational efficiency, decision, quality, and service reliability, especially in markets with legacy infrastructure or institutional constraints?
So data and AI work best when you target bottlenecks in organizations. So I'll start with decision points that slow services down. Start with decision bottlenecks: approval, maintenance, scheduling, procurement, fraud, shrink, customer onboarding. AI works best when you focus on the decisions that repeat on an ongoing basis. Use AI to reduce cycle time. So automate routing, summarization, anomaly detection, forecasting, and policy compliance checks. Modernize gradually. This is where you wrap the legacy systems, which is really the situation with a lot of organizations across the world, with something called application programming interfaces, as integrating sometimes the older technology with newer technology. Use integration layers where you can, and this could be both hardware and software. Implement workflow automation before full replacement into newer technology. So that way you can bridge the gap or bridge the difference between old and new technology. So one of my team delivered in one of my other functions, delivered many workflow tools quickly using low-code apps like Power Automate, and reduce manual steps and improve operational speed. And all that while legacy systems remain in place. So the most important thing as well when it comes to AI, which is the buzzword these days, is guardrails are extremely important. There should be human in the loop, especially for high impact decisions, clear model governance, and audit trails.
Innovative financing and investment models can you actually, can actually unlock large scale transformation initiatives in organizations and economies where capital access and risk tolerance remain limited.
So the best financing innovation is aligning investment to outcomes. So I'll start with outcome-based and phase funding approaches. Outcome-based financing, so tie repayments when being financed to achieve savings or revenue uplift. Phase investment. So for example, fund pilots, scale only if the key performance indicators are met. That would reduce the risk and it will build confidence. Public-private partnerships for infrastructure and digital layers with transparent performance metrics and service level agreements. Those are the areas you have to look at. And a key area as well too is blended finance, where you can combine grants and concessional funds with private capital for resilience and sustainability linked initiatives. Those are like 4 areas I would say should be a focus where public and private can work together and in getting the right type of finances to support in these types of initiatives.
Anesh, can you hear me? Right.
Yes,
how close are organizations to building truly resilient systems? Right. And what role should leadership and public institutions play in scaling solutions that ensure continuity under stress or disruptions?
So resilience is one of those things that you only notice when it's missing. So most organizations aren't fully resilient. They are recoverable, but not continuity first. The gap is usually governance and testing, not technology. Resilience is designed, so for example, like backups, failover, incident response, manual fallback procedures. Leaders must fund these boring parts: observability, patching, asset management, tabletop exercises, training. So when you look at things like public institutions, they should set the baseline for minimum resilience standards for critical sectors like energy, telecommunications, and require regular drills. Culture is a multiplier. So when teams practice incidents, it's embedded in culture. So the more they practice, the employee could respond faster and with less panic.
In this regard, right, how can decentralized operating models across technology, decision making, or service delivery reshape access, productivity, and even economic inclusion?
So if you want inclusion and productivity, you have to reduce frictional at the edge. And when I say at the edge, this is at the point of the customer or the citizen. Let me start by decentralizing what decentralizing actually unlocks. So when you decentralize decision at the edge, you empower the frontline teams with data, rules, and tools, this reduces delays and improves the service response to again at the edge with the customers, citizens in the case of government. When you decentralize technologies via modular platforms like the application programming interfaces, the microservices, shared identity, reusable components, these things help connect across departments and business units. When you decentralize these service delivery, you introduce things like digital self-service, mobile first workflows, distributed kiosks, expands access to the customers. This is expanding access to customers without building more offices, for example. So service delivery excellence, in my view, is a cornerstone to business success. Economic inclusion improves when smaller vendors and communities can plug into standards such as payments, compliance, and onboarding. And one of the most important things in this area is to govern centrally and yet execute locally. So senior leaders should set standards and guardrails centrally, but they should let the execution happen where the customer or the citizen is.
Brilliant, brilliant. I just like the way you've analyzed it to this point, right? Okay, now, beyond short-term performance, how can long-term strategies be designed to strengthen resilience, manage systemic risk, and even protect critical assets?
To manage, in terms of a long-term strategy, starts with protecting what must not fail. So let me start by talking about critical assets and critical services. So when you map critical assets and critical services, you look at what must not fail and you build a layered protection around them, whether it's physical protection, whether it's technology protection. You plan for scenarios, cyber incidents, which is a global issue today, supply shocks, of course, with the geopolitical situations across the world, currency volatility, climate events, and you plan responses before they happen, whether you have procedures in place, response procedures, these things you have in place, and you always stress test them, to keep up to date with them. Reduce single points of failure. Where you can, diversify your vendors, have multi-region architecture for backups in the case of technology, alternative logistics and dual sourcing, especially for key inputs to ensure the business continuity. What you should need to do as well is institutionalize your risk signals. This is ensuring that dashboards for operational risks, financial exposure, cyber posture, service reliability, the right stakeholders should be able to get a bird's eye view on these type of areas, and they should be able to provide the insights and the necessary actions to ensure the optimal performance of the business. Of course, in situations where there are contracts, you build resilience into those contracts, ensure service level agreements is in place, audit rights, continuity requirements, ensure that contracts have clear exit clauses, right? So it's a win-win situation. And always invest in trust, transparency, measurable governance, and consistent communications during disruptions.
Wow. All right, then, as systems become more advanced and automated, right? How important is leadership skills development and organizational culture compared to technology deployment itself?
So this is a really good question, and it's really close to my heart in terms of how I look at this. For me, purpose and curiosity are underrated execution tools. Let me start with why they matter, and as systems get, especially as systems get more automated. So technology scales performance, purpose scales persistence. When people connect the work to a meaningful mission, change adoption is faster and stickier. You can buy a tool, you cannot buy commitment. So personal purpose in some cases, or it can be, which if you align that with business, it can be made relevant by tying it to outcomes, better customer experience, safer operations, stronger trust, higher reliability, measurable efficiency, and of course, incorporated into our welcoming business culture, which fosters stability and growth with care. Leadership sets the why. People endure change when it connects to purpose, service quality, national competitiveness or international competitiveness, and customer dignity. And another key area, as I said at the start, curiosity is a strategic skill. leaders should ask, what's the next constraint? What's the root cause? What would break this process? Ask why, challenge assumptions, test alternatives, find ways. So it's thinking beyond the surface level, and build skills in the organizations deliberately. Don't let it just be certifications. Look at data literacy, which is a global issue today, and how data is looked at. Product thinking, cyber hygiene, and change leadership. These are areas you could focus on in skills development. So culture is determined whether automation succeeds. People have to feel safe. Right? So this coupled with accountability ensures issues surface early and AI can be used responsibly.
Adesh, you've said it all. You've given so many valid points. I just want to ask you this one last question, and please give me a brief answer because of time, right? As we're looking ahead to the next decade, what strategic or technological breakthrough do you believe will most fundamentally reshape how organizations operate, and why do you think this way?
If I look out 10 years, the biggest shift isn't just new tech, it's a new operating model. Autonomous work systems will be the biggest shift. AI agents handling end-to-end workflows like procurements, finance operations, customer service, with humans supervising exceptions. Organizations will move from digital transformation to autonomous operations. Faster decisions, fewer handoffs, and real-time optimization. A key area that should be looked at now is quantum computing as a managed cloud service. This becomes accessible at that point in time for specialized problems like routing, logistics, portfolio optimization, cryptography, those type of things, without owning the hardware, because this is a very expensive technology, and today it's unreachable, or mostly unreachable actually, but with the players involved in it, it's going to be accessible sometime in the near future. The winners will be those with clean data and clear processes. AI and quantum will amplify what is already structured. They expose what is chaotic. This is why data literacy is very important as well too, as this area of technology advances in the future.
I want to thank you so much. We've been talking to Anesh Rupnarine. He is the business transformation leader, Unipet, all the way from Trinidad and Tobago in the United States. Thank you so much for your time, Anesh. Thank you for so much education you've given us this morning. I want you to have enjoy the rest of the day, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year as well. Thank you for having me.
Wow, now this is where we draw the curtain this morning on Business Morning. I want to thank you for staying with us as we track the latest trends shaping markets and the economy. Remember, the business decisions are stronger when backed by the right information. I am Destiny Momo. Please stay tuned for more updates on Big Story with Elizabeth Musa, and join us again tomorrow for another edition of Business Morning on the BusinessDay Television Breakfast Show. Bye-bye.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. You beat them. Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the big story right here on Business Day Television Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Nigeria is in the middle of one of the most far-reaching tax overhauls we've seen in decades. Now, government says this is not just about raising money, but about fixing a broken system, restoring trust, easing pressure on citizens, supporting businesses, and laying the groundwork for long-term growth. But for many Nigerians, taxes already feel heavy, confusing, and disconnected from real public services. So the big question this morning is simple. Are these reforms truly changing the system or just repackaging old problems? Well, joining us now to unpack what this is really changing, who benefits, and what it means for households, for businesses and investors, we have Mohammed Akonji, is our in-house analyst. Today joins us on the conversation. Welcome to the show, Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. The Global Leads, good morning.
Good morning. It's good to have you.
Night. Thank you
Absolutely,
very much for having me. It's my pleasure.
Yeah. So talking about the big picture this morning, let's start with that. Government officials say that Nigeria was approaching a tipping point by 2023 with the weak revenues and rising debt. From your perspective, really, how serious was that moment and why were these reforms unavoidable?
Thank you very much again for having me, and it's really my pleasure to be here. Because I think I mentioned it to you here that this is the biggest gift that we'll get this year. If
Really?
you understand it, yes, and I was going to explain.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Because I know you are able to express that seriously, and that's exactly how many Nigerians felt. Before 2025, for last year, just we'll talk about data. Don't worry about numbers. The tax to GDP contribution, let's start with that. The tax to GDP contribution is in the single digits. It's about 7.5 to 8%. The best we have done in the last 25, 30 years has been 9% in terms of tax contribution.
Yeah.
Africa's average is 15%. Africa, even though we claim to be the giant of Africa, which we're supposed to actually be the role model, others emulate from, right? Other countries copy from. The global standard, the global benchmark, is that 45% of your economic activities must be contributed to by tax. For you to know the gulf that we have in terms of where we need to be, where we are, where we need to be. Last year, we are able to achieve something remarkable with like about 13% in terms of tax to GDP. About tax to GDP ratio is about 13.5%. But that is still nowhere supposed to be, as I told you. Remember the global benchmark, 45% is what we need to be able to get there. How do we do that? What does that mean? It simply means that if you put 100 Nigerians on ground, only about 800 Nigerians, only about 8 or 10 pay taxes. The remaining 90 are not. They are evading it without any concrete reasons. And people that are obligated to pay are not paying. And that's what we need to make people understand. The tax base, which is the tax base is talking about the object, the people themselves that are supposed to pay the tax, is very, very low. So what happened? The tax rate is likely on you and me who are paying. The tax rate is not very high because you have to skew it on those that could pay, that the government could say, okay, let's deduct it from their salary. While the larger chunk, businessmen, for example, the billionaires, the high net worth individuals, because the government does not have that mechanism in place to collect taxes from them, when I say evading taxes, avoiding to pay taxes illegally. Because it's an illegal thing. There are ways you avoid to pay taxes legally. We call that tax avoidance. By saying, oh, this year government, I have this challenge. Please don't let me pay tax this year. And government will grant that through official channel. Right. But they are evading it illegally. And that is exactly why this reform is needed. Now, lastly, in 2023, if you remember, when the president came in, the popular phrase that the president made on 29th of May 2023, that subsidy is what? Is gone. President made that then. But I think that's the only thing most of us talk about. We feel the other things the president mentioned that day. I want to still mention that there was the fact that Nigerians are paying, there is multiple taxes in the system. Multiplicity of taxes. Yeah. The burden is too much on Nigerians. We need to correct that. And an attempt to correct that made him to set up that committee, that very popular committee that we all know about.
Right, and what really makes this tax regime, if I may call it so, what makes it different from the previous ones we've had? Because, you know, some people would describe the tax reforms we're seeing now as an economic reset. They say it's not just a revenue drive. So what really, in practical terms, what makes it different from the previous tax regime?
Thank you very much, Liz. And I think if I'm able to have time, just like about 5 of them. And then because the act itself is quite elaborate and they were detailed. Yeah. The committee did a very, very good job. Because they are humans. We're not saying there won't be flaws here and there, but in terms of give the kudos to them, a bit of sleepless nights. What are those things? Let's start with personal income tax. Yeah. Personal, the one you pay. People now, I can tell you, and that's one of the myth, people will be paying lesser taxes now than what they are paying before. Right. Because look at the tax rate. As I say, the government is not interested in increasing the rates, but to increase the base. Okay. Number of people paying now, how can we bring in more people into the tax net? So that is over time bringing more people into the tax net, we can reduce the rates. You get my point now? And that's why, if you look at it now, the tax rate, somebody earning, typically, if you're earning 1 million, 2 million. When the survey was done by the committee, the highest paid employee in Nigeria earned between the range of about 20 to 50 million naira in a month. The highest paid in Nigeria. If you talk about employees. And maybe those are people like in Seplat, the MD of Seplat, MTN, and the one in that range. They are the ones that will pay the maximum tax of 25%.
Okay.
That's the maximum effective tax for individual, as opposed to what it was before now. So the maximum anybody can, we're talking about those are the high net worth individuals,
Right.
earning about that's 250 million naira in a year, or about 15 million naira averagely in a month. They're the ones that will pay the maximum rate. So if your income in a year is about 1 million, first of all, remember, once you're earning minimum wage, or like before now is no longer taxable. I would like it for our audience to be able to go to our premium story. We did the analysis there today.
That's a Business Day
Please,
premium for,
story, yes.
for our
So,
viewers.
And then you will get most of all this
that.
breakdown of the exact amount that you will pay on the income range. We try to be able to do it there. Those be able to post it. And you have the exact amount as to if your income is between 0 to 800,000, it's 0 naira. You're not paying anything. In a month, anyway.
In a month, okay.
In a year, I'm
in a
talking
year.
annual salary of 0 naira to 800,000 naira, which would be equivalent to like about 70,000 in a month. Then if you are from 800,001 to about 2.9 million, your tax is between maybe 2,000 naira to maximum of 15,000 in a year.
In a year.
That's the tax rate, which are able to now. So that will now be discounted to monthly basis, because we as individuals earn our salaries on a monthly basis.
So basically, for our
That's for
viewers,
individual.
it's for them to subscribe to the Business Day
Business Day
Premium to
Premium,
really
sorry.
get this breakdown on what exactly it is you'll be
Your
paying
income wage
for,
will pay. Taxes,
your
income
income
wage is
rate.
this amount, so you can know if I'm between this range. You know what I'm saying, 800,000 to this amount, from 3 million to this range. What exactly is what my tax will be? You will actually be able to do the analysis and break it down there, so that you can have an idea. But if you compare it to the whole pay system, which is the question you asked, you will see that there is a significant reduction. Maybe not significant, but there is a reduction from what you pay. So if you're earning 1 million, 2 million. In annual basis, 3 million, 5 million, the people that will start be able to even pay a little marginal increase on what they are paying last year are those whose salary is from 10 million naira upward in a year. And what they're even paying, the addition to it is just like maybe 5,000 naira addition to what we were paying before now. Because the committee tried to be able to work it hard, because we are trying to not be able to burden Nigeria the more. That's the question. The people that will be able to even talk about an increase, the marginal increase they will see in the tax, is if your annual salary is like say 10 million naira. And I told you that I'm saying 10 million naira that you actually earn in a month.
Okay.
10 million naira in a month. That's like 100 million to 120 million in a year. Are those that will be able to see the marginal increase in what they are paying. And it's marginal. Please mark that word. Marginal. It's not like like you are moving from 10,000 to 100,000 or 10,000 to 1 million. No, that's not the way it is. The calculation is actually there. And then you will be able to see how much you're actually expected to pay. So that is for individual. For businesses, because of time there, people like once you read it, you'll be able to see the full breakdown of how much you pay. For individual as well, VAT items have been removed. They removed VAT on school fees. We mentioned it to our audience yesterday, I think I was with you, that if any school proprietor, by schools are resuming next week, January 12, says that is increasing school fees because of tax, you should hold him accountable, because school fees are no longer VATable. They used to be VATable before now. You pay VAT on school fees. You pay VAT on certain items, food items, certain food items. They are now excluded. They are tax exempt. So food, drinks, beverages too, drugs that you buy, school fees are non-VATable, including rent. So our landlords cannot increase rent because of tax. It's no longer VATable. That's for individual. For businesses, if you're SME, the SME businesses have their classification according to SMEDAN, the body regulating SMEs. You know, not like large corporate of the like of Dangote's, the First Bank of this world. SMEs, if you don't do an annual turnover of 100 million naira in a year, you are tax exempt. In fact, certain businesses were specifically mentioned, vulcanizer, tailor, woman selling food on the street, should have like a tax sticker to show these people are tax exempted. Don't collect tax from them. Because the business itself is, there's nothing able to do. They even do 100 million turnover in a year, may not actually be able to be afford to be able to pay that tax. So the government is not trying to tax investments. They're tracking profits. It's the profit you want to tax. Your investment won't be affected because that's the money you are bringing in. It is what the money now yield that will be taxed, not the investment itself. That's for businesses. And then finally, CIT, company income tax, was also reduced from 30% down to 25%. And there are a lot of redundant tax system. I told you, a food item moving from north to Lagos has minimum of 60 tax collection points. Minimum. If you had the illegal sources or the illegal zone that we know, it's about 211 or 212 tax collection points. So you can be able to imagine, you can have an idea as how things will be quite expensive. I'm telling you, the same yam that you're buying here for maybe 20,000 or 10,000, if it is 500 naira over there in the north, because of all these things, created the problem. They'll just be able to mount on it and
Right.
create it.
But speaking of these taxes, there's a lot of concern about the taxes, and thank you for breaking all of it down for us. But we're also hearing that there are several proposed levies on airtime, on data transfers, plastics, even imported vehicles have been dropped or reversed. How significant is that for ordinary Nigerians?
So thank God, at least I'm really happy you did it very good, because most of all these things they are now removing VAT on them.
Okay.
The bill itself, because of our time, I mean, it's something that we need to be actually able to break down. When the president made that statement I told you about in 2023, he set up the committee led by Mr. Taiwo Edele, and kudos to him. He did a very good job. Yes, he could be able to have his wonderful job that he has done in terms of bringing all these things together. He brought that A game, into this particular thing. What did they do? They're able to harmonize all those tax laws into 4. Just acquisition. I can be permit to mention them. 2 of them started immediately when the president signed it in June last year, precisely June 26, 2025. What are the 2? The NRS, what we were talking about yesterday, the Nigerian Revenue Service, which is just to be able to harmonize, which is where it's the body that will actually be able to share the revenue among the federal, state, and local. They have the Joint Tax Board to bring Joint Tax Revenue Board to bring all of them together. The federal, local, state collecting all these tools. They bring them under Joint Tax Board. Those ones took effect from last year. The remaining 2 started this year, which is January 1. That have not evoked this controversy, this uproar, opprobrium that we are seeing, which is the Nigerian Tax Administration Act, where this breakdown of the amount is involved, and Nigerian Tax Act started this year, and then a lot of misinformation, disinformation, as well as misconception followed through. Certain items they have to be able to exempt. They call them tax exempt. They were excluded to ensure that we make life better for Nigerians. Because if it is, do you think just as a way of just be able to play to the gallery, do you think, as a president, for example, that is running for election next year, if he's really looking for money to body Nigerians, do you think this is the right time for you to tax Nigerians if you want to win election next year? I'm just asking. If I want to win election next year, election is just 1 year around the corner, and I felt like I needed their vote for them to vote for me. Do you think if I really want to burden people, is it like the right time? If you want to play to the gallery, you never want to do it at this time. This should not be a good time for you to say, let me introduce taxes to burden Nigeria.
So what are you saying then?
No, I'm just saying that what the information people are spewing out there. Oh, the government is actually looking for money. Is that clear now? This government will tax us to death. They want to kill us here. Is that clear now? Do you think this would be the right time the government would do that? And just be able to mention that certain items were dropped. They have to drop VAT on them. We have to pay on those items. So just for people to be able to see. But the question is, do people actually be able to read the Harmonized Act? In fact, most of the controversies that generated, do people read them? Or they just be able to jump on the head effect, the bandwagon? People are saying they want to tax us to death. And it started that narrative. And saying they want to kill us in Nigeria. Have you take time to be able to, have people, I'm just about our audience now, have we take time to go through and see the content of what is there? But you find out 80 to 90% of Nigerians have not done that.
So it's about information.
Which is what you're providing now. Thank you. Information to people. Not just, you ask them now, somebody told me that they want to tax.
I think it's social media, they're just informing
people. Thank you very much. Informing people
on social media also.
I say narration, your narration. I want to send money to this better. You're right there. Please, Tinubu, don't tax this one. No, this is for lease, support for lease. You started hearing something like that. Those are what people are saying. Yeah. That please ensure you put your narration very well. That the money you are sending to me is a support for lease. Why will everybody do that? You create a bank run in the system. If the government has the power to be able to withdraw your money, everybody will go to the bank and take their money from the bank. You kill the banks. No government has that power to do that. So now say, please let me ask, how much does Liz has in an account? They say it's 10 billion. We are remove 1 billion out of it. No government in the world can do that.
What you're saying in essence, if I hear you correctly, it's voluntary. You file your tax by yourself.
Thank you very much. The website is there. Put that fiscalreform.ng. In fact, the tax calculator is there. Once you report, because that's another innovation now, there will be like a tax refund at the end of the year. Most of what is that they're actually able to get in advanced countries. If you pay your tax regularly, the government will be able to pay you back certain amount at the end of the year because of tax refund. Most advanced economies do that. So it's a way of encouraging people. You understand now? So if you pay 1.2 million, for example, just assuming in a year, out of whatever, or you can say, okay, let us refund 200,000 naira back to Liz. As a way of encouraging her to be able to do more the following year. So they're like tax refund. And this is also introduced under this new act to ensure that if people pay their taxes regularly, apart from they took an old government to account, but that's what is in the Nigeria Tax Administration Act, there is a tax man and a tax court that you can take government to if they fail to provide services, because our obligation is to pay our tax to the government. It's also on government. The onus is also on government as well to provide those essential services. And instead of us turning to our own local government, as we have seen ourselves now, Liz is the one providing our generator by herself. She's the one providing our road by herself, water in her house. These are what government provides in advanced economies, and we want ourselves to also be in that light. How do we do that if we don't pay our taxes?
So what are some of the immediate relief that people should expect immediately from this reform, especially in context of inflation itself and rising living costs? What immediate relief are we looking at?
So that's why it's not like as if we enter January 1, they are deducting your salary. Come on, it's not. Businesses will not pay this tax until towards the end of the year. Individuals and myself and you, most of these will actually be it will be withheld right from source, or they withheld, not withholding tax themselves. Withholding tax was also adjusted for suppliers. You are going to be able to, the earliest will be able to take effect is by the time January salaries, we start paying January salary. Okay. And as we know, there is no company that pays January salary on the 5th of January. I don't think there's any company I know of that. That will pay January salary on the 5th. I mean, you just start the month. We not pay January salary on the 5th. So people started seeing those effects. So the relief are also there. So the tax relief in terms of school fees have not been taxed, like I said. These are reliefs. The ensure that rent is non-vatable. Food, there are also reliefs that they introduce to ensure that you're able to relieve the burden on people. And in terms of it taking effect, the full effective date is when workers started receiving their salary. Then you'll be able to compare how much they paid in December, when you get their December salary, and how much they are paying now. Then you see that there is a marked difference.
Right. And for the small business owners who are complaining about harassment by multiple tax agencies, will the proposed single window, will it actually will it end this, or is it something that is still aspirational in nature?
No, thank you very much for that. I really love that, Liz. Thank you. Because the question is, we too should not enable these things. I'm talking when I say enable it, is let's just give them, let's just give them so that they can leave us alone. We should be able to take responsibility. Today they say tax is automated. No tax man should come to you to collect money in cash. This is actually to be paid. So if they don't come to my shop, for example, suppose I have a shop and I am given the tax man or the tax agent, he has no right to be able to collect my cash from me. But remember, it takes two to tango. The same way applies to the agberos, the so-called street urchins.
Yes.
Most of all these agberos that we have in Lagos, because it has been made there. You are not, they're not even recognized in the eyes of the law in the first place.
But they are everywhere.
And that's why we need, by the time one or two of them has gone to court and they were able to we're a media house, I'm sure we'll be able to pick it. If I be able to take them to court as a driver, for example, to say, I am not going to pay this. This is the ticket I'm supposed to pay in it. Yes, I'm supposed to pay 20 RTW as a member of that. I have paid this. I am not going to be able to pay one ludicrous name, some narration just be able to hear there. And then let us be able to go to that tax court that they be able to set up now, the tax ombudsman. By the time we get judgment in one way or two, justice for one or two, this thing will be able to stop. That's what I'm talking about. We too should not enable it. Yes, I was telling you about the statistics we did out for last year. And we found out that average shuttles, shuttles,
the small buses,
paid an average of about 5,500 to 6,500 daily. In Lagos, as of last year, there were 1.5 million of them. That's the minimum that we could count when we did the Q theory.
Wow.
So imagine 1.5 million daily by 5,500
of those buses.
Those small buses are in Lagos. And that is still conservative. I'm sure there'll be more than that by now because they are shipping them in. They're more or less like that's the new phase of transportation in Lagos. Now, that's just only one. We don't talk about the kekes, right? We don't talk about the big buses. So you can imagine the amount of money that is going down to that drain.
And
that
even
is
bikes.
And bikes, thank you very much, my lady. And even bikes. We don't even know how much those ones are even paying. We just did for the shuttle, we call them co-op, that's the common name here. 5,500 to 6,500 multiplied by 1.5 million. Somebody's collecting that and is smiling to the bank every day. So come on. I mean, it is
when I'm
really,
thinking
really
about that in the real sense,
so of course,
my mind is blown. But talking about communities in itself, the government will argue that this fairer taxation can actually strengthen the social contract. In real terms itself, for local infrastructure, for schools, for healthcare, for services, how does that look?
Because it's first of all, because I think that's visual, and I think I love that question you asked about that trust deficit that we have in the system. Because I'm sure that the question will now be like, at least we have been paying. What has government been doing? What have been paying? So you see that that erosion of confidence, that erosion of trust between the governed and the governors, I mean, the leaders and with the people. And that is what this new act, I know it will take time for you to be able to, ramp up that trust again, that confidence. Because what we're able to tell you is, yes, if I decided to pay, how will the government be able to do this? But that's why we should not take them to account, schools, infrastructure, because that is the essence of that. Remember I mentioned earlier, why should Liz be a local government unto herself? Why should they be the one, fixing our road? You understand now? Getting water by herself, electricity, she's the one generating it. Why should Nigerians be that case? Government should be a welfare promoting institution. That's why they are there, to ensure that we promote those welfare. But there's no way the government would do it too without good tax system. So now it's a social contract, just like you have said. What's the social contract? What's my obligation? Have I done my own part? Once I do my own civic duty, then I can hold government to account, right? To say the road leading to Jakonde or the road leading to Aja, you guys have not fixed it. I can have the mouth to be able to say that. So that's exactly why we need to change that face of our tax system. Let's move on from those old system where there is a lot of vacuum and a lot of lacuna in that, to one now where we citizens can also be able to hold government to account. And the same way government is collecting from us, and they need to be able to provide what is necessary.
Thank you. Because we have to go now in the interest of time, but real quick, okay. From a business and investment standpoint, the planned reductions in companies' income tax and the removal of this minimum tax, it's being welcomed.
Of course.
But how competitive does this really make us when we compare to countries like Ghana, to Kenya, to South Africa?
Thank you. Amazing. Okay, I will, because of time. CIT in Nigeria, company income tax in Nigeria since 1996 has been 30%. And the global average has been around that 30 to 28%. The only way you can be able to encourage businesses is to reduce such a thing. 28% of taxes has been so we have actually been globally competitive because it's taxes 30%. This new tax system now, based on the executive fiat, reduce it to 25%. Just like I said, it has been welcomed. That's why you're going to attract businesses. If you are a Guinean, for example, and you heard that tax in Ghana is 28% for the same business, if I do it in Nigeria, I pay 25%. What do you think you will go to? I think it's just as simple as that.
Yeah,
as a business person,
it's
for the same, it's simple. I mean, so it's make us competitive. But that's the idea. That's why they initially it was 30%. Just look at, okay, what is the going rate in Africa? Most of them are doing 30%. Let's reduce our own as an attraction point, and that will be able to attract more businesses to come in here.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mohammed Akonji, BusinessDay in-house analyst and researcher. Thank you for your insights.
Thank you very much for having me.
We'll keep on having this conversation in the coming
definitely.
days,
Thanks.
but that's where we'll leave it today on The Big Story. Up next is Social Listening on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
You are watching Business Day Television.
You're still watching the Business Day Television Breakfast Show, and this is a social listening segment. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and I'm here with
Onyeka Valentine.
Well, the conversations today on social listening, where we check out some of the stories making the rounds on social media, are quite interesting today. But we'll start with the first one gaining our attention, which is a new movie by Nollywood actress Toyin Abraham, titled Ovasabi, which has maintained strong box office performance in Nigeria, earning 382.9 million naira in 11 days and finishing as the second biggest film of the weekend. Now, according to reports, the movie has maintained steady cinema attendance across the country since its release, showing sustained interest from movie goers. Now, the distributors acknowledged the turnout in a post on its official Instagram page, thanking audiences across the region for supporting the film and describing the milestone as significant. Well, take a look at some of the tweets on this story. Toyin Abraham Ajayemi, that's her account itself. She says, "I may not have the perfect words, but my heart is full. Thank you, Lord, and thank you to every single person watching and supporting Ovasabi Aunty. I'm deeply grateful. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Ovasabi Aunty is still showing in cinemas near you, so keep watching, keep spreading the word. I love you all. Thank you again and again." I haven't seen the movie, but I should definitely go see the movie because I think the reviews are good. This year, last year, it's a new year now, but I mean last year, talking about the movies last year that I think really made a good impression. One of which I've seen, which was The Earth. Was a really good movie. What all the hype. So Ovasabi Aunty is also getting that sort of organic hype. So I think it might be worth watching. But congratulations to Toyin Abraham. That's a comment from Shima Tava. It says, "Congratulations, well deserved. Hard work pays off, and this is your reward. Next is the billion milestone. Onwards and upwards." I have to give it to her consistency every December. Herself and Funke Akindele. So apparently there's something in the box office. They say like just leave December for Funke and Toyin Abraham. Then this is a comment from Toby Blush. She says, "Really can't wait to witness Toyin Abraham's movie hit the 1 billion milestone. She has worked so hard over the years with dedication and resilience, and she deserves it. Seeing that figure boldly written on all platforms will give me butterflies." Look, there are actually people that are rooting for your growth much more than you think. And that's why I just always say to people that just go ahead and do what the people that will support you will support you. Like, people are always so concerned about people that will not. But the truth is there are people that just wait. Look at this person, basically in our own house, rooting for her to reach the 1 billion milestone. It's so beautiful to see. Do we have more comments on this conversation? But yeah, those are some of the tweets.
Great stuff. I mean, truth be told, when you are doing good, right, those who are positively hoping and want you to succeed will, throw those accolades your way and encouragement. And this is not to say that
there's no room for improvement. However, having said so, I'm more particular about the monetary aspect and more particular about the business area. My big question is, this movie industry is making a lot of money. So as we are happy and jubilating and
that's what they're taxing now.
Why did you take this one?
Because you're already looking for how to take money from them. You sound like the government.
So now, having said so, it is good that she can celebrate and then put it out there. On the flip side, you're telling the government, please hurry up with that 20%. We're ready for you. Come and collect money. Now, it might sound like a far cry from home, but again, if the entertainment industry, especially the movie industry, in particular the sector, that movie sector, can rake in this amount of money, which means that Netflix is adding a lot of value, because I'm sure it's not just, only in box office cinemas, right? Where the other whole money is coming from. Of course, streaming platforms and a whole lot, So the government is now thinking, all those guys making money from streaming, how do we make sure that we get that tax out of that? Trust me, the agency responsible for that area, they're actually thinking very hard, making sure that even though they put up some regulatory body terms already or plan, they want to make sure they enforce it so tax can come in. Having said so, I think that it is good that she can be bold enough to put this out. Meaning to say that, 1, jobs are created. 2, more importantly, those jobs are created and sustained, so that come second quarter of the year, someone who got into the industry, maybe just cleaning cables, can now say, I am building a career with this thing. I'm actually saving money. I'm actually building a family because I'm working for the production of Tony Abraham. I don't know if we see where I'm coming from. What this means is that there's light at the end of the tunnel. That informal sector is actually working. And now it's good again, because people who actually are making a lot of money from streaming platforms and streaming on social media, content creators on the side, will no longer be shy or stay in their, their box, being afraid of who's going to target me and all that. Like rightly said, people are actually out there wanting you to succeed so they can come and say, look, well done. So those people at home who are always afraid that, oh, village people might come and press me down or not press you down, forget about village people. Just get out there, be successful, push hard. Even if you fail, try again. After all, the greatest names on this planet, the Edisons of this planet, the Wright brothers, when it comes to flight, when it comes to light bulb, tried 1,000 times. But 1,001 times they succeeded. Do you know how many times Tony Abraham tried pushing movies, how many movies that failed before now? Do you know how many times she had to run productions where, look, she ran at a loss? Do you know how many times even herself, she had to go for auditions when she was coming up? Do you know how many times she was told no? Even when she knew that she qualified, when she merited it, she was told no.
Basically, keep trying, keep pushing.
So never quit, never give up. It's always my mantra. Look, hard work pays off. But at the same time, those who are working hard are different from those who are working smart. Look at your environment and ask yourself.
You can be working hard, but hardly working.
Yes, my point. So don't just run around and be busy. Make sure you run around and you're creating progress.
And doing the right thing.
And with this now, I think all the hard work, people are celebrating her now, but what they don't see is the late night. It's the writing of script, the hard work behind. They say yes, sir, yes, ma'am.
Sleepless night,
people who ordinarily you are better
many
than.
knows.
Of course, knows, billions of knows.
Many knows.
Even us in the media industry, people back home they'll say, oh, this lady and gentleman are talking so well. They are coordinating, they are following through. Do you guys know how many times she had to back and forth read script? Many years ago, do you know how many platforms she has been before she got here? If you have to qualify that and quantify that in money, trust me, you also worth 700 something million. Just the fact that you're a broadcaster. Do you know how many times you could have been told no when you knew that you actually worth it? I'm saying all these things because people back home watching now will think, oh, they've given a platform, or they've been given an opportunity. After all, who are they? You're better than them. You're better only when you are now tested.
Right. Let's move on to another conversation now that Nigerians are reacting to, which is a statement by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, that the former Kogi State Governor, Yaya Bello, remains innocent until proven guilty by a court of law. Now, Bello is being prosecuted by the EFCC before Justice Emeka Nwite of the Federal High Court sitting in Maitama, Abuja for alleged diversion and misappropriation of Kogi State funds to the tune of 80.2 billion naira while serving as governor. Now, the EFCC stated that Bello's trial is still ongoing and that it is the responsibility of the court, not the EFCC, to determine his guilt or innocence. Or that's following public criticism over Bello's declaration to contest the Kogi Central senatorial seat in 2027. So we moved from entertainment, we came to politics on all fronts. To be honest, like, I don't know this thing, but I'm just really seeing this productivity. But let's see some of the tweets on this conversation with Yaya Bello. Daniel Rega, that's my best friend.
You take what you wish for.
He says, if Yaya Bello was so innocent, why then was he declared wanted? Then he tags EFCC. He says, and why was the chairman of the EFCC talking big on resigning if the agency fails to prosecute the wanted man? This is the height of embarrassment. That's from Daniel Rega, who always has one thing to say.
Daniel Rega normally is not only a critic that he is, but also make sure that even when all arrows are pointing positive, he finds a way to look for the loophole and talks about it, which is why he's called a social critic.
And that's also what is keeping his relevance. They also like this poverty, and that's another side. Like, that's actually his main niche, where it shows things in the most suffer head. Like, he shows like he's in a sofa head. But that's digressing. But yeah, it's still on the conversation. Mezie Abia says the noise being made about Malami's case today was the same noise the EFCC made about Yaya Bello until Yaya Bello began to stand on Tinubu's mandate. And all of a sudden, the EFCC's voice began to wear off. Don't tell us that Yaya Bello is in court, because we already know what the outcome of the court case would be. That one is from Mezie. Do we have more reactions to this conversation in the without no reactions? Well, what are your thoughts?
I mean, my thoughts basically is what our viewers back home are thinking right now, which is Yaya Bello again, EFCC. You see that you didn't do your job properly initially. Was he actually innocent, or was he actually guilty? If at all, he has gone through all this thing. Again, I'll keep saying this. Look, no one is guilty until proven by a court of law, right? This social media judgment is getting out of hand, where because you heard someone has been accused back and forth, you don't know the backstory, right? I mean, I was going to social media the other day. Someone said, no, I don't like what this guy is saying. Oh, you know what? I don't like the way he analyzes this or that. Look, in this world, people will talk against you, some will say for you. And once you understand that, you're able to know how to navigate yourself. Yaya Bello had his own good and bad side, right? I'm not going to come here and then throw darts at him. After all, everybody has skeletons in their cupboard one way or the other.
Yeah.
But having said so, once you're in the spotlight and you are in the eye of the people, you have questions to answer. And which is this? The issue of misappropriation of funds, the issue of corruption, or whatever it is, the amount of billions that are missing. Can we have clarity so that this can be put behind us? And if he's someone that could be good for that post that is running for, can we look beyond what it is that is being accused of, if they don't have tangible evidence, and let the man live his life and do what he needs to do? But however, if he's found wanting, Mr. Yaya Bello, you have to answer to the long arm of the law. Like they say, whatever you do in private will show in public.
So we've gone to entertainment, we've seen politics. Now let's talk about money and technology. Our third conversation today is the rise of Bitcoin after the United States captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Bitcoin rose to more than 1 month high and broke through a closely watched technical level as digital assets started to catch up with gains in stocks and precious metals. Now, the largest cryptocurrency rose as much as 3.9% on Monday and traded at around $94,000 in New York after reaching the highest since November 17. Now, Bitcoin's advance came as gold, silver, and equities gained as markets digested the arrest of Maduro, surpassing its 50-day moving average for the first time since the crypto market crash started in early October. One of several indicators suggesting the prices are on firmer footing. We didn't see that coming. I didn't see that coming. I don't know if you saw that coming, but we'll see a little bit of the reactions online to this conversation with Bitcoin surging on this. Ivan on text says, breaking. Trump won, released the bulls, 100,000 Bitcoin dollars soon. This seems like good news.
She's celebrating too soon.
No Limit says this is pure manipulation. That sudden Bitcoin spike to $94K doesn't look organic at all. People are celebrating, but if you zoom out for even 10 seconds, the move has all the fingerprints of a classic engineered form. Now it says thin order books that make it cheap to push prices up, massive market buys clustered within a few minutes, followed by zero continuation, just immediate stalling. This is exactly how big players create FOMO so they can offload at better prices. Now, this is someone that really actually understands the crypto market. MD Bitcoin says, again, 95,000 Bitcoin. Everyone is acting like it's a normal occurrence, but how did 95,000 US dollars per Bitcoin become so boring? I'm truly impressed, honestly, and that obviously is a sarcastic remark. Do we have more reaction? But yeah, it seems like good news for
well, again,
trading.
like they say, right? When anything happens, you have people who will benefit from it. In this particular angle, in benefiting from it, shouldn't be at the lives and the peril of other people. Having said so, when I see people who are quick to respond on social media, they forget so soon that the way and manner, and just correct something, I think the narrative that should be pushed is that he wasn't captured, rather he was kidnapped. Because all indications show that the man was kidnapped. He was simply taken against his will from a country that recognizes him as the president. Yes, most might disagree. Yes, some might have their misgivings, which is normal. But at the end of the day, what matters the most is that respect for sovereignty, in this case, was thrown to the wolves. And if we call it as it may, some might agree, some might disagree. Again, it's just what it is.
Right.
Our job is to take these stories and throw to a public and ask the public what they think. So you ask them what they think. Do you think what Trump did was right? Having said so, now you see how it's affecting the Bitcoin, industry. I use that word, or Bitcoin sector, or business, as the case may be. Now, of course, when a country as big as Venezuela, who has the largest oil deposit in the world, right, is going through skirmish, other businesses will catch a cold. Not to say that stocks in different areas might not also feel the pinch, but was this the plan altogether? You saw what that contributor said there. Oh, Trump has won. Was this Trump's plan altogether?
All the while.
Right? Is it that we will now say someone that was sworn in, hoping he will, defend the words and hearts of Americans, only to turn out to have some dictator kind of, quote and unquote, signals, if you know what I mean. I mean, no one moves into a nation and snatches not just the man who makes the decision, precisely over the decision of a country, but also his wife. My question is, what did his wife ever do? Did she make any policy at all? I mean, is it that they just felt he'll be quite bored, so they need his wife to console him, or what, really? But whichever it is, I mean, I think the whole world already is frowning against it. I mean, whether or not we're talking about it, the world's talking about it already. There are bigger platforms out there talking about these things.
Yeah.
And people back home who are watching, the first thing they'll ask themselves is, were they wrong in the first place? If you're in the United States and watching this, are you wrong in the first place to have voted him in? Right? I mean, first and foremost, we saw how they were jubilating on the streets of Venezuela, but 24 hours after, they realized, wait a minute, this guy doesn't really care about their well-being. They are out for their oil, and to make sure that Russia and China feel the pinch. Remember, like I said before during our newspaper review, the tanker that was seized was already bought over by China. That oil belongs to China. And so America seized it, looking for trouble. So now we hear China, America, and in the UN, everybody's now meeting, having, emergency meeting. Of course, Bitcoin will be affected. Of course, other sectors will be affected. The question now is, how long?
Yeah, I think the only thing I'm going to say to traders, cryptocurrency traders, Bitcoin, is just trade and tread carefully. Yes, don't be too overly excited. Just watch your options before you trade. Right. But those are the stories that Nigerians are talking about today on Social Listening segment. That's where we close the curtain on the Business Day television breakfast show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I am Onyeka Valentine.
Until tomorrow, stay safe.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
There Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour, coming to you live on Business Day Television. I'm Glory Brown, and there are the top business stories making headlines today. Stocks cross 100 trillion naira valuation as investors high earnings season. Nigeria highs new export route, capital inflows for 2026 oil goals. Dangote Refinery says maintenance ongoing but fuel output remains steady. Petrol could cost 1,400 naira per litre without local refining. Dangote. Naira sustained gains across FS market despite dip in inflows. Let's begin with news in Nigeria, where Nigeria's equities market has broken through the 100 trillion naira capitalization barrier for the first time, closing at 101.8 trillion naira on Monday, January 5th, 2026. The landmark moment comes as investors adjust to the country's new tax regime, which took effect on January 1st. The stock market recorded its highest daily rally in 2026 on Monday as the NGX All Shale Index rose by 1.74% at the close of trading to 159,000 points. The value of listed stocks on the Nigerian Exchange Limited increased to 101.806 trillion naira on Monday as investors exchanged 695,000 shares valued at 18.56 billion naira in 56,000 deals. Reacting to the milestone on Monday, Timi Popola Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Exchange Group described the equities market capitalization surpassing the 100 trillion naira mark as a defining moment for Nigeria's capital markets and a strong indication of renewed investors' confidence. The stock market's performance on the first full trading week of 2026 builds on the strong rally seen in 2025 when the market recorded a full-year return of 51.19%, well above the 37.65% achieved in 2024. Moving on, Nigerians' ambition to increase crude oil production to 1.8 million barrels per day by 2026 hinges less on drilling new wells and more on resolving long-standing infrastructure bottlenecks, attracting fresh capital, and securing reliable evacuation routes that have historically constrained Africa's largest petroleum exporters. The West African nation is projected to record a meaningful increase in output next year, driven by improved security conditions, newly approved export infrastructure, and more than $16 billion in investment commitments secured since 2023. However, analysts warn that execution risk remains significant as aging onshore assets, persistent pipeline theft, and regulatory uncertainty continues to threaten the recovery. While this marks an improvement from 1.56 million barrels per day in 2024, output still falls well above and below the government-stated production capacity. Recent infrastructure approvals are also expected to enhance crude collection security, reduce theft, and ensure uninterrupted supply to boost both domestic refineries and export terminals, according to industry reports.
Analysts add that regulatory clarity from the Petroleum Industry Act, alongside 4 executive orders issued by President Bola Tinubu since 2024, has helped unlock a wave of capital inflows seen as critical to sustaining future output growth. And still in the oil and gas sector, Dangote Petroleum Refinery said on Monday that it continues to produce petrol and other refined products despite ongoing maintenance work on key processing units, pushing back against claims that operators and operations have slowed or stopped. The refinery said ongoing maintenance on its crude distillation unit and residual fluid catalytic cracking unit has not disrupted productions as other critical units remain fully operational. In a statement, the company explained that its integrated refinery configuration enables it to sustain fuel output even while individuals undergo routine maintenance. The refinery said it continues to sell petrol at an ex-gantry price of 699 naira per litre to marketers and bulk buyers, urging distributors to prioritize local refined fuel over imports. Sourcing fuel domestically, it said, would help stabilize prices, reduce pressure on foreign exchange, and improve energy security. Also, Dangote Petroleum Refinery has warned that petrol pump prices could rise to as much as 1,400 naira per litre if Nigerians relies solely on fuel import, stressing that large-scale domestic refinery has become a critical stabilizing force in the downstream petroleum market. The refinery gave the warning on Monday while dismissing reports that it was shutting down for maintenance, describing the claim as false, misleading, and deliberately circulated to justify another increase in pump price. In a statement, the refinery said recent price movement further highlights an uncomfortable reality. In the absence of the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, fuel importers would continue to operate without restraints, with petrol prices potentially escalating to levels estimated at up to 1,400 naira per litre in a post-subsidy environment. The refinery's operation have therefore served as a critical stabilizing force in the downstream petroleum market, saying that the alleged shutdown report was being promoted by fuel importers whose commercial interests were threatened by domestic refining, adding that the misinformation was aimed at exploiting Nigerians. Still on, the Naira strengthened across segments of the foreign exchange market on Monday, despite a decline in weekly FX inflows at the official window. Data published by the Central Bank of Nigeria show that at the Nigerian foreign exchange market, the Naira appreciated marginally by 1.54 Naira, with the dollar quoted at 1,429.30 Naira on Monday, compared with 1,430.84 Naira on Friday, the first trading day of the year. In the parallel market, the local currency also recorded gains, appreciating by 10 Naira to close at 1,490 Naira per dollar on Monday from 1,500 Naira on Friday. According to Coronation Merchant Bank weekly reports, despite gains in the Naira, foreign exchange inflows into the NFM window fell by 20.67% week on week, dropping to $593.70 million from $748.40 million recorded in the previous week. The slowdown was attributed to softer market activities at the start of the year, alongside reducing participation from offshore investors. Analysts at Coronation Research said that in the near term, the Naira is expected to trade within a relatively stable range at the official window, supported by CBN intervention and the seasonal easing of FX demand following year-end pressures. And now in other news, Nigeria's telecommunications regulator said it will adopt a tougher stance on consumers' protection in 2026 as persistent service disruptions and network congestions continue to frustrate users despite a rebound in investment and rising broadband penetration. The Nigerian Communications Commission said operators expanded network infrastructure in 2025, pushing broadband penetration past the 50% threshold for the first time, but acknowledged that service quality improvements have yet to be felt consistently across the country. In a New Year address outlining the sector's performance and prioritized, the regulator said telecoms company deployed more than 2,800 new upgrade sites during the year, lifting broadband subscriptions to about 109.6 million by December from 96.3 million a year earlier. The recovery marks a turning point after years of muted investment caused by foreign exchange shortages, rising energy costs, and infrastructure constraints. With these gains, surging data consumption is placing fresh strain on mobile networks. Monthly mobile data usage climbed about 518,000 terabytes in early 2023 to more than 1.23 million terabytes by November 2025, an increase of roughly 140% in the last 3 years. Against that backdrop, the NCC said consumer protection and service quality will sit at the center of its regulatory agenda in 2026. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll bring you more updates shaping the business and economic landscape. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're still watching the Business News Hour. Now moving on, First Oldco PLC has announced that First Bank of Nigeria Limited has successfully met the Central Bank of Nigeria's minimum regulatory capital requirement of 500 billion naira, reinforcing the lender's financial strength ahead of the March recapitalization deadline. This is contained in a statement by Group Company Secretary Abiola Barua filed on the Nigerian Exchange Limited. The announcement comes as Nigerian commercial banks accelerate efforts to comply with the Apex Bank's new capital threshold. According to reports, the milestone was reached following the execution of several strategic capital initiatives, including a rights issue, a placement private, and the reinvestment of proceeds from the divestment of the group's merchant banking subsidiary. The development places First Bank among the leading lenders, that have met the CBN's new capital requirement as the banking industry races to comply ahead of the regulatory deadline. Also, Rand Merchant Bank Nigeria Limited has announced meeting the new minimum capital requirement as set by the Central Bank of Nigeria. This was disclosed in a statement made available to our correspondent on Monday, indicating that the MCRO was achieved on 30th December 2025. In March 2024, the CBN raises the operating minimum capital requirement for banking operating in the country. Banks with an international license faced 500 billion naira, while national commercial banks were expected to raise 200 billion naira. The MCRO for regional banks and Marshall Bank was pegged at 50 billion naira each. In the non-interest sector, national non-interest players were expected to meet a new 20 billion naira capital threshold, while regional players would raise 10 billion naira. RMB Nigeria said the milestone underscores its financial strength, resilience, and unwavering commitment to regulatory compliance, while reflecting shareholders' confidence in the Nigerian economic and the bank's role in shaping the country's evolving financial landscape. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development recorded a 337% increase in revenue, rising to over 70 billion naira in 2025 from 16 billion naira in 2023 under the leadership of Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dr. Dele Alake. The development was disclosed by the Special Assistant of Media to the Minister, Shegu Tumori, who attributed the growth to wide-ranging reforms and strategic policies that have repositioned Nigeria's mining sector and attracted renewed global interest. According to Tumori, revenue from the sector increased 16 billion naira in 2023 to 38 billion naira in 2024 and is projected to exceed 70 billion naira by the end of 2026. It said the improvement followed the implementation of our 7-point agenda, which focuses on reforms, transparency, investors' confidence, and local value addiction. As part of the reforms, the ministry revoked 1,633 mining licenses in late 2023 over non-payment of annual service fees, while another 924 dormant licenses were revoked in early 2024 to create room for serious investors. Up next, Airpeace recorded the highest year-on-year seat capacity growth among African airlines in December 2025, expanding its available seats by 53.4% compared with December 2024. The Nigeria carrier increased its seat capacity from 285,000 seats in December 2024 to 437,000 seats in December 2025, marking the strongest expansion among the continent's top airlines for the month. According to reports, Airpeace lead all airlines in Africa by growth rate in December 2025 through its ranked behind several larger carriers in absolute seat capacity. Beyond Airpeace, Rena recorded the second highest growth, increasing East African seat capacity by 24.4% from 332 seats in December 2024 to 413,000 seats in December 2025. This was followed by Ethiopian Airlines, which expanded capacity by 14.1%, rising from 1,701,000 seats to 1,940,000 seats, maintaining its position as the continent's largest airline by seats. Emirates, the only non-African carrier in this group, expanded capacity by 9.4%, increasing seats from 357,000 to 391,000, reflecting steady international growth into the African market. And finally, to wrap up the business news hour, Nigeria has reaffirmed its commitment to strengthen strategic bilateral trade and economic partnership with China, reflecting positively on the progress recorded in relations between both countries throughout 2025. The reaffirmation followed the elevation of Nigerian-China relations to a comprehensive strategic partnership agreed by President Bola Bola Tinubu and President Xi Jinping during his state visit to China in September 2024. Interactions between the two countries have intensified across political, economic, and technical levels, further strengthening a relationship grounded in mutual respect, development cooperation, and shared interest. Over the past year, cooperation expanded in key priorities areas such as infrastructure development, trade and investment, industrial capacity building, technology exchange, and people-to-people relationship. According to Nigerian officials, these engagements have helped to strengthen institutional linkages and establish a clearer framework for achieving mutually beneficial outcomes. And this is much we can take on the Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown. Thank you for joining us, and stay tuned to the Business Television for more updates.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Welcome to the pilot episode of Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we highlight the stories of established young Nigerian founders, CEOs, and businessmen and women. Here, we look into the unfiltered lives of young Nigerian entrepreneurs who run businesses in Nigeria and also educate their peers on how businesses are built and run through their unique stories. I am your host, Norma Obona, and my guest today is Bisi Shotunde, the CEO of BZB Events, a Lagos-based event management company. Bisi Shotunde is also known as Mrs. Show or Madam CEO. Bisi Shotunde is an award-winning international event planner, thought leader, and influencer. She leads her company, a prominent destination event management firm based here in Lagos, Nigeria. It's also known for creating bespoke events. BZB Events specializes in weddings, milestone celebrations, meetings, conferences, and exhibitions. She has managed numerous high-profile events for over 15 years. Her background includes a BSc in Chemical and Polymer Engineering and training in Entrepreneurship Management. She has also participated in various leadership retreats and international conferences representing Nigeria and Africa. She has led Nigerian destination wedding planners to events in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. And BZB Events is a recognized brand in Nigeria and beyond, providing personalized services while working with clients' budgets. So, to unveil that, please, I want my audience to put a round of applause out there together for the one and only Bisi Shotunde. Thank you so much for coming to the show.
Thank you so much.
How was your day here? Because I know that, as your name implies, busy, there's a lot going on. So how's your day been?
Just as the name, I'm as busy as a bee.
Yeah.
But I'm very happy to be here today to share my knowledge and word of experience in entrepreneurship generally. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for coming also. Anyways, we just want to dive deep into it, but it's Entrepreneurs Lounge, so we are literally hanging out and trying to get to know you beyond the numbers, beyond the headlines. So, but we want to start where the story actually began from. Where was the first place that you sat down and you're like, I'm going to start this business, I'm going to go into events? Where was it?
Interesting. So you just read out my profile. I studied chemical engineering, and in my 4th year, when we go for 1 year, 6 months compulsory IT, I'd said that aside doing my IT in an oil company, I wanted to still have a side hustle, just make money, and that was how I stumbled into the event industry as an usher. This was as far back as 2007. And I was just doing my thing every Saturday. I get called. I worked with one of the top event planners in the country, and that was how I got the interest. So it started off first of all as just make extra money while you're on IT. You have 6 months, and I found out that I was so interested in the whole event. When we go to event, taking care of guests, putting things together, and just being in charge. And when I went back to school for my final year, I said, I think that I would love to do this more. But the plan was do engineering work, maybe 3, 4, 5 years, and then later delve into events. But as life would have it, I finished my school, did my service, and it was time to look for a job. And I kept searching, going for interviews. The jobs were not coming. And October 2009, that was actually where I bet that to say, I'm going to do my thing. But prior to that back-end story, when I finished my school in 2008, I went back to the company where I started off so this time around, I then interned. So that foundation, that duration interning in that company sprung me up, opened my eyes to see how events was done back end, beyond the glitz and the glam that we see online. So the administrative work, operations, going client meetings, everything, I learned that during that internship period. And so when it was time to launch out in 2009, I had built some form of experience working with the company, and then I started small, and I just reached out to friends to say, I do this, let me handle something. Let me start small by offering ushers to you at events. And like they say, the rest is history right now. I would say that we have grown from that 2009 till date. So I wouldn't say I went to a event management school, because I then learned on the job, and it has built me to the brand that we have today.
Wow, and Busy Bee Events, like one of the best in Africa. With everything that you've said, they say that you cannot prepare for everything. You know, what is one thing that you wish somebody had warned you about entrepreneurship before you went into it head on?
What is that one thing? You must always show up. You must always show up. You know, when you're working in a 9 to 5, some days you can call, you're sick or something, but you know that your salary will come at the end of the month. But you see, with entrepreneurship, if you don't work, money will not come out at the end of the month. So you have to show up, you have to put yourself out there, you have to put in the works, you have to, for our kind of business, the market is full with a lot of people, and so you have to keep promoting, you have to leverage on your networks, you have to keep doing. One job can lead you to something bigger, so you just have to show up. And I will say the last 15-16 years I've been showing up, not giving up,
no days off,
always looking to get better. Because when you open the Instagram, another new company has come. You open this party and like, who planned this party? What did they see in this person that they didn't, you know? So one thing is, you must show up. You must show up. You must keep the hustle going.
Okay, so as a Busy Bee, outside event planning, how do you unwind? Because I see you, I follow you, I stalk you a little bit, not too much, please. But I stalk you a little bit, and I see that today you are in China, next tomorrow you are in Qatar, like you're in, then I open next morning and you are here in Lagos, and then you are in Abuja. I'm like, how do you unwind after all of this?
Wow. So if I'm not planning events, I'm traveling. I love to travel out of the country. But even with the travel, it's a mix. So the travel can either be I'm going for a conference, a training, or I'm going for a speaking engagement, or I'm going with my family. So there's, just as the name, as busy as a bee. But the beautiful thing about me is that in my working, I'm enjoying it. So it's part of my life. I'm doing events, but at the same time, I'm happy doing it. I'm traveling for a conference or going for a speaking engagement. I'm happy, I'm doing it, I'm enjoying it. So I find comfort, I find joy in all of that. And also with my family as well. If I'm not traveling or I'm not doing any events, you find me at home with my family, my husband, my children. I'm watching Netflix, you know, and just relaxing.
What's your favorite show right now on Netflix?
What's my favorite show? Can I think of anything that has to do with love, family, romance, comedy? I don't have a particular show, but when I'm kind of just exhausted with work, the next thing I would do to make me relax is to just watch Netflix. So I just put on, any updated movie, anything, I just put it and I feel relaxed. And I'd say that I would not say I'm the outgoing type, say, I'm going to party, I'm going to see friends, we're hanging out. I'm still homely. I'm still that, you know, stay at home woman. But, you know, you see out there, I'm going for events, I'm doing this because work, you know, has pushed me out there. But on a good day, I'm always indoor with my family, watching TV and just relaxing.
Okay, another thing too is I noticed with your events there is this richness in the colors, especially like the way it's arranged. Where do you draw your inspiration? Because I see events, but like there is a whole different style with your own. Like there's this richness of color that you use, even with the plating. Like it's kind of like it's planned. So like where do you draw your inspiration from?
Inspiration basically is even just seeing others. So what the interesting thing about my company is, for every event, I and my team will sit down and plan it. So my team is structured. I have a lead event designer, I have a team lead, I have an event producer. So for every project we have, we sit down, how do we want it? This event must be different from the next event. And so in the course of color scheming, discussing on how to execute it, we ensure that our own ideas is interpreted to the vendors, the supplier. So from the caterer, the blend of colors on the table, to the decorations, to everything. We make sure that what we have conceptualized as a team in the office, we bring it to the venue. And so there's something called the vendors meeting. We discuss it with the vendors. So we ensure that the vendors that will be working with us at the real day or the day event already also sees it from their own view. So they don't just say, oh, I'm an expert, this is what I do, because we've also had that challenge where somebody say, oh, I've been doing this for years, but we want you to see it from our own view. And at the end of the day, by the time you are looking at the videos, you will be glad that, oh, my ideas align with the event planner's ideas, and it came out well. So, but basically, my team, looking at other people's work online, I follow people online as well, and then also traveling. Travel helps you, opens your mind, meeting people. When I go for some of these conferences as well, just interacting with them, I draw inspiration, I check out their pages, and so my inspiration comes from anywhere. Comes from various places.
Okay. So what's your work? I'm very Gen Z. I want to apologize to advance. So what is your work vibe like? If you were to describe it as a song, what would you say? This is what my work vibe is like.
My work vibe, if I'm to describe it as a song, I would say Elijah Level, which was the song is by Gaze Baba.
Okay.
Because for me, the rate at which I move on a very fast speed, as in a very fast lane. The growth is the way I do my things, execution. Fast, sharp. Once I delegate, so I do a lot of delegation. And so when I delegate, I then supervise, and I get that energy. So it's never a dull moment when working with me. There's always something to learn. There's always something to pick up. And then the excellence is always there. So sometimes when I address myself, I say excellence personified. So that vibe, that energy.
I need to write that down.
I try to keep it to ensure that I'm happy as a planner. My client is happy and they're getting value for their money.
Wow, there are lots of things you're dropping. In fact, I don't know if we're really in a lounge or if I'm hanging out with like a big sister. I think I need to go and get my paper and write down things. Anyways, how do you stay grounded in all of this? Because the events are always coming in. That's just the thing about work. You're always planning the next one. But how do you stay grounded?
So I love to sleep.
Yeah.
That rest is very important. That rest is key. So I do a lot of delegations. I try as much as possible to get my team members involved. I also bring on board my trainees, because we run an academy, and so we give our trainees that opportunity to participate in on-site practical. So as much as I can, I delegate. I don't get too overwhelmed. There are some specific events that will require that I soak in my blood, like body and soul. And there are some that I step back, allow the team to run it, and I just step in, look at it. So I would say that I've built that structure to ensure that I don't overburn myself, and at the same time I try to take that rest. And so I've built to a level whereby I show up at the event, but the event is already running. So sometimes I show up as a guest, you understand, but I already have an idea of what has been going on, so that way I'm not burnt out. And that's just basically
So
it.
you're saying that for every entrepreneur, one of the first things they have to do is to ensure they have structure.
Yes, that delegation is key. Of course, when you just started, when I started, it used to be Facebook. Facebook was like the in platform then. So I promote my business on Facebook. There was BlackBerry. I was everything. The marketer. I was only one that would go and see a client. I didn't have an office space then, so we just go to an eatery, sit down, I drop. But as I began to grow, the first thing I did was to hire a staff. In fact, back then it was a youth corp, member, and I trained that person. So as I grew up the ladder, I engaged more team members, I delegate, and my business is such that apart from planning events, we also do training. So I have an academy. Have the company in a way that different departments has a head, team lead leading that department. And so all I just do is we have strategy meetings, give me update on what is going on in your own department, what are the events we have coming, what are the trainings we have coming, what are the things we need. And then I send my team on training as well. When I see that, okay, this person is becoming a bit rusty, okay, you go for this training, you meet these people. So at the end of the day, as I'm growing as a CEO, my team members are also growing. And then it gives me time to also do other things. So like my speaking engagement, my traveling, I do that, but I know that the company is running, the office is running. So delegation is key, structure is key, getting your team members, giving them a sense of ownership so that even if you are not there, they can do certain things with little or no supervision. They can take decision and get the necessary results.
So BusinessDay has been around for 15 to 16 years now. But what was it like when you first got your first gig? What were you? What was your reaction?
It was tough, and that I think gave me the inspiration to start up an academy and help and hold a lot of people in the industry right now. To God be the glory, the BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals, cut across people learning event planning and events decoration, both in Nigeria and in diaspora. But when I started, it was not easy. Clients were just getting to understand why should they pay somebody to plan their I have a sister, I have a cousin, why should I pay somebody a management fee? It was unheard of. And so pricing was a struggle, getting them to really acknowledge that they need to engage the services of a consultant, so to speak, to handle things for them, was a struggle. So I faced a lot of that. There was no proper event planning school back then when I started. You understand? So I had to do a lot of learning online. I also started going for trainings at a very early stage. So I was doing a lot of international trips, So that was where I got a lot of knowledge, exposure, and then of course just watching some of our leaders in the industry, even in Nigeria, I picked that. And a few leadership courses I did. So what I did was to pick from here and there. I then had to come up with my own structure, my own curriculum that would help others that were coming behind me. And that's what had helped, others in terms of the mentees that I have presently, because what I had, the opportunities that they have now, there's social media, there's TikTok, there's this, you learn. Back then we didn't have that. It was more of Facebook, and you were struggling to convince a client to pay you even 200,000 naira as a service fee. You understand? But I'm glad at the growth of the industry. I'm glad at my own growth. I'm glad that the seeds that I have sown in those years, I'm actually reaping them now. It's a lot better. When you were reading my profile, you talked about being a thought leader, being an influencer. Right now, I have people who pay me, for consultancy, pay me to build their brand, pay me to influence on their product. It's been a rewarding, that's the word. It's been a rewarding one. But I knew that back then, like they say, the road was not easy, but it was worth it at the end of the day.
So at what point in your career did you feel like, wow, I'm really doing this thing, like I'm really making it, like as I've arrived now. It's not like I call myself an events manager.
Wow. At what point? Interesting. So I think when the recognition started coming, when you were reading my profile, you talked about recognized, representing Nigeria in Dubai, Abu Dhabi. When I started doing the trainings, it gave me a lot of visibility, traction. Of course, there was the monetary rewards as well. But that fulfillment that you train this person is doing well in the industry was a good one. At the point where I started getting emails from governments, sponsor trips abroad, come and represent Nigeria, come and recommend other event planners for international trips, then I knew that, wow, BC, you have done well, such that you are attracting international bodies.
They are not even applying for them.
They are looking for me. Wow. I knew. And then of course other honorary awards, nominations, and all of that. It was at that point that I started to place myself even much more than what I thought I had, because I saw that the brand has clearly positioned itself as a market leader. I, even as BC, I command that respect. So it was not, I was not just that event planner. I was BC Shotunde, the CEO, the Madam CEO.
The Madam CEO.
You understand? In fact, you didn't mention Some also call me the Jagaban
of
the industry.
I
you know,
that.
for you to have that title, it means you're a kingmaker
Yeah.
in the industry.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that, you know, I'm enjoying all these names and attention and all of that. But I know I paid my dues. I paid the price. I sowed the seeds, and it's what we have today.
So let's talk about your academy a little bit, because it seems that it's not just the events that you have your interest in. Training people is part of, because from what you were saying, you see, when people come, you don't just tell them, oh, sit down and watch. Like, you get them engaged, you make sure that their hands are busy. So how does one assess this academy?
Okay, so our academy has also been if I started 1 or 2 years after I started the Busy Bee events, and it's a platform for empowerment. We do mainly event planning trainings and event decorations trainings, and we're very strong on Instagram. So anyone who is looking to train in this field can reach out to us via Instagram.
Please do.
Yeah, via Instagram, Busy Bee Academy Africa. We have trainings every 2-3 months, and so there's a calendar. So anybody who is interested can just either sign up on the waiting list form, so that once a new date is popped up, you know, they get notified around it. Apart from the trainings, I also run a conference every year, which is called the Busy Bee Summit, Busy Bee Event Business Summit. That also started off when I realized a lot of challenges in the industry, trying to bridge the entrepreneurial challenges, the gap, you know, from marketing to branding. So I thought, you know what, let me bring in external facilities, so both local and international speakers. It's done once a year, and we just get to sit together, have the conferences. We also introduced the gala nights, where we give awards, you know, to outstanding event professionals in the industry. So, but basically, it came as me just wanting to support one, and I think that is just I'll say it's one of the innate feelings that I have in me. Let me just help this person. And that was how that academy, the conference was birthed, and we also have the community. So the community is now the support group, which is called the Well Watered Garden Tribe Community, also known as WWGT. So it's just a support group. So for everyone who attends the conference, you get to then be put in the support group, the community network. We've been running that community now for like 9 years, and it's been tremendous. We have people cut across Nigeria and in the diaspora. And so sometimes we travel out for trainings, trips, retreats, and all of that. We do parties, you know, we try to hang out, anything that would foster that bonding, connection, and collaborations. All through the year, there's an activity that we do. We also do trainings in-house, you know, talk about finance, talk about work-life balance, talk about marriage. We try to treat, you know, all areas of our life, make it a wholesome experience for event professional. And I must say that I have no regrets helping people, because when you see that joy, you know, you are fulfilled as a leader. That has been my journey.
Thank you so much. So despite having, like, you know, not enough help, you have created this community for like a trailblazer. You're shining the light for other people to see and walk down their own paths. Who is one person that you go out to coffee with, you know, dead or alive, one person you like to like sit down and, like, you know, discuss business with? Who is that one person?
Who is that one person? I don't know if I can do two.
But
you
just
one person. I think is Tony Olumelu.
Oh wow!
I follow his page. He's a brand. He's a brand, personally and corporate brand. So I follow his Instagram. I see when he's with his family, when he's in the gym, when he's travel. He takes us through his journey, and I see that he has a wide chain of businesses. You have the hotel, you have the bank, you have the foundation. I see a lot of things in common, you understand, and he helps me to even dream bigger. Say, you know what, I can. And I think he has like 5 children.
Yeah, he
does. And he's still
very active.
So I would really love to have a sit-down talk like this, learn at his feet.
Okay,
get
please,
to know.
if Tony Elumelu is watching this, please do your best and schedule time with one and only BCB, please. Also, looking at the future, like, what do you want your legacy to be when you leave this earth? What is your legacy that you would love to leave here?
So already, I would say that I'm already living that legacy already, even while alive, because the number of lives I have blessed, I have touched by virtue of either personal connections or through the academy, empowering people, helping people, or through the community. In various platforms, I've been able to touch lives, you know, and I want that even when I'm no more, they should say, oh, the BCB brand or the BCB lady, you know, was a great woman who touched lives, who made a mark. I would just take us back. So the late Ibidu Igodalo, Mrs. Ibidu Igodalo of Elizabeth, our event of blessed memory. She was the one that I trained with. Okay. She was the one that I grew. And 5 years down the line, when they celebrated her 5th year memorial, people still had something to say. Our business is still running. People still had something nice to say, how she's touched life. Those are kind of things that inspires me to say, oh, she's not around anymore, but see people still talking about her. And that's one thing that I would love to remember for somebody who touched life in the event industry, who helped people, who connected people. I've also been able to connect people to a lot of, you know, connections, relationship, friendships, business, access to market. You know, people should always have something to say, this woman, no, if not anything, she helped me she gave me that platform to what I am today. And I think I'm already on that journey. I'm already on that journey, and I hope to do more and to expand even to outside the event industry, because of course my core has been the event in the last 16 years, but I'm open to expanding the reach even to those not within my industry.
Okay, so we're about to wrap up the show, even though we want to spend the entire, we want to spend the entire time with you, but we have to wrap up. So we'll just ask you one last question. What is one thing you would tell like an entrepreneur that is starting out in the event industry? What is one thing you want them to know?
So you must be determined to succeed against all odds. Like I mentioned earlier on, the road will not be easy, but it will be worth it. There's seed time and there's harvest time. So you must know that the period where it looks like it's dry, you don't just relax. You need to keep at it. The competition is fierce. The economy is fierce. Look for ways to maximize your cost. Look for ways to push your business out there. Look for ways to keep evolving. Go for trainings. Network. Let people know what you do. And above all, pray. Because business is spiritual, and so once you have that favor from God, it transcends into your business and opens you up to a lot of opportunities. But final word is, be focused, be determined to succeed, and keep showing up. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Anyways, our audience, I'm sure that you've gotten a whole lot, because right now I feel like I'm ready to start my own event planning business. Thank you so much once again for coming on the show. And this is where we're going to bring you to wraps here on the Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma. I'm your host, Norma Wona. Keep watching BDTV.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
And this is a Business Day television midday bulletin reaching you from our Lagos studio this afternoon. Coming up, Dangote Refinery dismisses shutdown claim, says 50 million daily supply is steady. And the CBN and NDIC challenge court jurisdiction over ASO Savings Union Homes license revocation. And the federal government switches to capital de-risking for 2026 growth. And Chapel Hill Cardinal Stone dominate NGX trading. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. Dangote Petroleum Refinery is denied a circulating report claiming the refinery is shutting down for maintenance, describing the story as false and misleading. The refinery, in a statement released on Monday, emphasized that production remains ongoing, stable, and uninterrupted, adding that the refinery on January 4th produced 50 million liters of PMS and evacuated 48 million liters via its gantry. And according to the company, routine maintenance on specific units, including the crude distillation unit and residual fluid catalytic cracking down, not interrupt overall production owing to the sophisticated and integrated design of processing units. The refinery added that other critical units such as the naphtha hydrotreater, CCR reformer, and hydrocracker remain fully operational, producing PMS, diesel, automotive gas oil, and Jet A1. And moving on, the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation have asked the Federal High Court in Abuja to decline jurisdiction in a suit filed by ASO Savings and Loans PLC and Union Homes Savings and Loans PLC, challenging the revocation of their operating licenses. Now, this is according to proceedings at the Federal High Court on Monday, where both regulators raised preliminary objections before Justice Emeka Nwite. The legal dispute follows the CBN's recent withdrawal of the mortgage bank's licenses, a move that has triggered liquidation steps by the NDIC, raising concerns over depositor protection and regulatory due process. And counsel to the CBN Onyeka Izia and NDIC's lawyer Abubakar Shehu told the court that the suit cannot proceed because the court lacks jurisdiction to entertain the matter, while counsel to ASO Savings and Union Homes Joseph Silas told the court that the matter was scheduled for the defendants to show cause why the court should not restrain them from taking further action. And still on, the federal government has announced a shift from direct economic intervention to a capital de-risking and private sector-led growth model as part of 2026 growth acceleration and investment mobilization strategy.
And this new direction was revealed in a statement by the Minister of State for Finance, Doris Uzoka Anite, who says the strategy is aimed at unlocking large-scale domestic and foreign private capital by lowering investment risk, removing policy distortions, and strengthening execution discipline across key sectors of the economy. In her words, the government is seeking to move from macroeconomic stabilization to sustained economic expansion, driven largely by private investment rather than public spending. The Finance Ministry noted that the strategy builds on reforms implemented over the past 24 months, including exchange rate unification, energy market restructuring, and fiscal consolidation, marking Nigeria's transition from economic stabilization to expansion. And coming up, Chapel Hill, Cardinal Stone dominate NGX trading. This and more after this short break. Stay with us.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back to Midday Bulletin. And now Chapel Hill Denham Securities Limited and Cardinal Stone Securities Limited emerged as the top performing stock brokers on the Nigerian exchange during the fourth quarter of 2025, commanding a significant portion of trading activity by both volume and value. According to a report covering October 1 to 31 December 2025, the top 10 brokers accounted for 64.22% of total market volume and 62.78% of total market value, underscoring the concentration of trading activity among a handful of leading brokerage firms. Chapel Hill Denham Securities Limited dominated trading in terms of volume, executing over 41 trillion shares, representing 28.92% of total market volume in the quarter, while Cardinal Stone Securities followed with over 17 billion shares of 12.31% of total volume. The report also shows that Absa Securities Nigeria Limited and Meristem Stock Brokers Limited completed the top four by volume, handling 7.53% and 3.09% shares respectively. And I'm moving on away from that story. The Federal High Court in Abuja on Monday ordered Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Henneken Lokobiri, and others to maintain the status quo pending the hearing and determination of a case involving 4 oil fields. Judge Emeka Nwite gave the order after the plaintiffs High Rev Oil Limited and High Rev Exploration and Production Limited, represented by lawyer Ambrose Uneze, urged the court to give the order citing nature of the case and the risk it may face before the adjourned date. And earlier on 22nd December 2025, the judge ordered the defendants to show cause why the prayers of the plaintiffs in their motion ex parte should not be granted. And other defendants in the suit alongside Lokobiri and the Attorney General of the Federation and the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, the oil and gas companies had, in the motion filed on 11 December last year, sought an order of interim injunction restraining the defendants or whoever is acting on their behalf from selling, assigning, or allocating the Yola South Petroleum Prospecting License located in Rivers State. And still on, President Bola Tinubu has nominated former Rivers South East Senator Magnus Abe as chairman of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, seeking the Senate's confirmation for him and 20 other nominees to serve on the boards of the two key petroleum regulatory agencies. In separate letters to the Senate on Monday, the President requested expedited approval for board members of the NUPRC and the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Abe, who represented Rivers South East in the Senate for 2 terms, previously served as a board member of the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation and currently chairs the National Agency of the Great Green Wall. According to a statement from the presidency, Abe will lead the NUPRC board alongside other non-executive commissioners, including Paul Jeshe, a former trade union Congress chairman in Kaduna, and Sunday Babalola, a former deputy director of the defunct Department of Petroleum Resources. And also, end the local news, the federal government has announced a comprehensive set of measures aimed at eliminating examination malpractice in WAEC and NECO examinations starting from the 2026 examination cycle. The announcement was made in a press release issued on January 5, 2026 by the Federal Ministry of Education and signed by the Director of Press and Public Relations, Boriowo Folashade. The reforms come amid long-standing concerns over the credibility of public examinations in Nigeria and ongoing efforts by the government to strengthen transparency and restore public confidence in the country's assessment system. The ministry announced the introduction of a unique examination learner's identity number for all candidates, which will support effective tracking of learners throughout the examination process. And coming up, Kenya's private sector ends 2025 on a strong note. PMI shows. Now, these and more after this break. Stay with us.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? one distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You are watching Business Day Television.
You're welcome back to Midday Bulletin, and I'm moving on to Africa. Kenya's private sector economy maintained solid growth in December, driven by robust customer demand and increased business activity. According to reports, the headline PMI stood at 53.7 in December, from 55.0 in November, indicating a continued expansion in business conditions. Kenyan firms, however, reported a marked rise in activity, sales, and purchases, with employment growth hitting its highest rate since November 2019. Inflationary pressures reaccelerated from November's low, with input prices rising due to increased tax bureaus and higher fuel and materials costs, while overall rate of input price inflation remains softer than the long-run trend. And also, South Africa's business activity contracted sharply in December, marking the weakest performance since last January as demand waned while firms reduced purchases and inventories. The Purchasing Managers Index fell to 47.7 in December from 49.0 in November, remaining below the 50.0 mark that separates growth from contraction. The downturn last month was driven by a sharp decrease in output and new orders, with firms citing challenging economic conditions and weaker client demand. A new working takes fell for the third consecutive month, the steepest decline since March 2024, as household spending and business orders pulled back, with export sales dropping after a marginal rise in November. And I'm moving on to the foreign scene. Delcy Rodriguez was sworn in as Venezuela's interim president in a parliamentary session that began with demands for the release of ousted leader Nicolas Maduro from U.S. custody. Rodriguez, vice president since 2018, says she was pained by what she called the kidnapping of Maduro and his wife, Cecilia Flores, who were seized by the forces in an overnight raid on Saturday. In a dramatic scene inside a New York courtroom 2 hours earlier, Maduro had insisted that he was still president of Venezuela, as he pleaded not guilty to 4 charges of drug trafficking and terrorism. Meanwhile, the U.S. faced sharp criticism at the UN, while the U.S. ambassador responded that the largest energy reserves in the world could not be left in the hands of an illegitimate leader. And also, South Korea's President Lee Jae-myung has called for a new phase and with China as he met its leader Xi Jinping in Beijing on Monday. Regional security and lifting Beijing's unofficial ban on Korean pop culture is reportedly high on Lee's agenda as he continues his 4-day trip in China, preparing to meet China's Premier Li Qiang and the Chairman of Parliament Zhou Leji today. And according to reports, this marks the first visit by a South Korean leader since 2019, as bilateral ties reportedly soared under Lee's predecessor, impeached ex-president Yoon Suk-yeol, who was very critical of China. And now to sports news.
Watching Business Day Television.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start up to do manual uploads and bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start up to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
You are watching Business Day Television.
You're welcome back. And I'm moving on to sports news. Victor Osimhen netted twice while Ademola Lookman and Akor Adams found the target as Nigerian Super Eagles dismantled Mozambique 4-0 on Monday night to storm into the quarterfinals of the 2025 African Cup of Nations. And Nigeria would top the group with 3 wins from 3 matches, delivered your most convincing performance of the tournament in the round of 16 encounter. Super Eagles dominated from the outset, with Osimhen seeing an early effort ruled out for offside inside the opening 2 minutes, and while sustained pressure paid off in the 20th minute when Lookman curled home clinically from Akor Adams' cutback to open the scoring. And 5 minutes later, Osimhen doubled Nigeria's lead after Alex Iwobi's incisive run through midfield released Lookman, whose cross deflected off Adams before the Napoli striker turned the ball home. Nigeria will now face either Algeria or DR Congo in Saturday's quarterfinal in Marrakesh. And now to end the news, the Celtic have sacked manager Wilfred Nancy after just 1 month in charge following a disastrous run of 6 defeats in 8 matches. The Scottish champions confirmed the French man's departure in a brief statement on Monday, announcing that his contract had been terminated with immediate effect. The 48-year-old 2.5-year deal after the conclusion of the Major League Soccer season with Columbus Crew and officially took charge on December 4, replacing Brendan Rodgers as Celtic's permanent manager, enduring a torrid spell almost immediately. Nancy managed just 2 wins from 8 matches, suffering 6 defeats, a run that ultimately sealed his fate. Now, this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television Midday Bulletin. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Happy New Year.
are watching Business Day Television.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Business Day Television. Now let's have our industry focus on the way as usual. We give you latest when it comes to industries, most definitely, various industries, thus highlighting their economic and business values and how it affects the GDP of Nigeria. So without a doubt, this is industry focus. Let's look at our segments of the day very quickly. Number one, we'll have our quote of the day on nation building and industries. And of course, we'll jump into retrospect on nation building and how it has affected industry since 1960. Then moving after that, or rather right after that, we'll look at Captain's opinion with our guest, Mr. Dakuku Adol Peterside, a package which we'll throw in so that you get to watch and see the great interview we had with him talking about nation building and industries in Nigeria. Which industries that we need right now to help us move forward. And our fourth segment will be Deal or No Deal. Here we hear the federal government has unveiled 2026 economic growth agenda set to prioritize jobs and investment. I'm Onyeka Valentine. We'll be right back. Let's take a quick break. This is Industry Focus right here on Business Day Television. We'll be right back. Don't go away. Welcome back. Our very first quote is there on TV. It is on industry. It says the most industries, right, grow, technological change, and it happens on a rapid rate. Again, in most industries, technological change is happening at a rapid rate. Right there. We have a second quote very quickly. It says, a strong nation is built on foundation of strong people who know their rights, duties, and act accordingly. I take it again. It says, strong nation is built on foundation of strong people who know their rights, duties, and act accordingly, by Nitin Namdo. All right, let's jump straight up to our retrospect of the day on nation building. It says here, the issue of nation building, particularly national integration, has been one of our most persistent problems facing African states. As the case of Nigeria demonstrates, this problem became more prominent after independence. It is not to say that the issue of nation building and national integration was absent under the British colonial rule at the time. In fact, in 1914, amalgamation brought Nigeria's previously diverse people together under a single administrative framework. There's more. The challenges building institutions and industries became an issue of developing institutions. However, one of the biggest obstacles to nation building was the effectiveness of the penitent national institution that makes a significant difference in the country's capability and capacity to maintain economic growth without causing extreme inequality or to resolve political and social conflict amicably. However, growth, they say, happens when you are willing to grow. Industries had to depend on a lot when it has to do with nation building. There you have it. When it comes to retrospect, nation building, and of course, our industries. All right. Coming up next, we do have our package. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, you have our package where we spoke to our wonderful guest, Mr. Dakuku Peter Side. Let me just give you a brief write-up about him so you know. Mr. Dakuku Adore Peter Side is a Nigerian politician, leadership advocate, nation builder, and of course, public sector reformer. He was formerly the Director General of Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency from March 2026 to March 2020. Prior to his role at NIMASA, he was a member of the Nigerian House of Representatives. He is a fine gentleman who understands why identifying opportunities in industries and investment is key to growth of any nation. All right. So we spoke to him. We had a sit-down chat with him, and he had great stuff to say about nation building and industries. We'll be right back. When we come back, you will enjoy that package. Don't go away. This is Industry Focus right here on Business Day. And when you think about business, think Business Day.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
So welcome to Industry Focus, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, so let's jump into this. Our industries, has it really added more value to the economy in such a way that we can now say that likes of coming of Dangote can now be, doing the Lord's work like they say he does, but on the other way, now say, look, is it possible that there's this cohesive, meeting point somewhere? Because you having an industry that doesn't work, is it because of bad leaders, or is it because of those who have their own personal interest? We saw how our own refineries kind of living on life support. And so the question is, what is the way forward? If oil and gas fails today, what's the way forward? Can agriculture keep us going? Is an industry? Can tech keep us going as an industry? Or do we need to go back to the drawing table to now say, let's look at leadership in those areas? You're someone who is big in leadership, like I did say, also nation building. And at the end of the day, experience multipliers effect. So for me, we want to know, is oil and gas still the way forward as an industry? Or our leaders making a big mistake by leaving agriculture second or third? What do you think?
Now, you see, if you ask a question, and I'll come to the main question today, is Nigeria an industrialized nation? The answer is in the negative, it's not in the affirmative. I'm not sure that anybody would challenge that. We are not an industrialized nation. And so, principally, to earn foreign exchange, we export crude oil in its raw form. That's not industrialization. Industrialization is the apex of productivity, is turning raw materials to finished goods, adding value through a process. And we're not adding much value. Even when we're the largest market in Africa, we have youthful population, we have arable land. There's nothing, apart from crude oil and perhaps gas, there's nothing that you can associate Nigeria with in terms of finished goods and say we are the dominant player in this sector. Nothing.
Does it spell doom or boom in the future?
Doom. And so, if I rephrase the question and say, if we have to choose our priorities in terms of industrialization, which three sectors, should be our topmost priorities? I would say the first is agro-processing, and I will give you my reason. The reason is simple. Aside from the fact that a nation that cannot feed itself cannot also not compete, right. Agro-processing lends itself to scale, meaning that it can employ so many persons along the value chain, whether primary agriculture, cultivation, or processing, packaging, export. Agriculture has the greatest capacity to absorb a lot of people, give them employment. That's one. And for many nations, now recall that in the United Kingdom, in the 18th century, when they wanted to industrialize, they focused on what was called the British Agri-Revolution. That was the basis, the foundation for their industrialization. They wanted to be self-sufficient in terms of food security. Apart from that, they also realized that it could give a lot of jobs and it could make raw materials available for actual industrialization. Aside from that, if you go to the Netherlands, their industrial process started with agro-processing, dairy, and all of those things they produce, grains and all of that. Netherlands has a small land area, but they can feed Nigeria 10 times. Why? Agro-processing. Even China's industrialization started with agro-processing. They didn't just go into high-end industrial goods. They need the raw materials. They need to feed the people. They need to tame food inflation. It has multiplier effect. Now, the second industry is power and energy. And energy, of course, is where oil and gas comes. The reason is simple. You can't talk about industries without thinking of how to power those industries. Power is the energy upon which industries run. And so whether it's machines, whether it's production of finished goods, all of them run on the back of power. So whether it's renewable, whether it's electric power, whether it's oil and gas, that's another sector. Aside from the fact that it may not generate as much job as agriculture, but it can generate revenue on scale. So that's one sector where we have not focused on how to move from primary production of crude oil, export, to secondary value addition, so that we'll get optimal value. But the most important thing for us is that we don't even have power to power our homes and industries.
And that's a big misgiving.
And so, with the deficiency or dearth of power, we can't seriously talk about industrialization. We'll be deceiving ourselves. That's grand deceit. Now, the third sector I think we should focus on is technology. Technology gives you the advantage of scaling operations. Farms will become smarter. Transport will be faster. Logistics will be easier. Information. And technology has spiral effect. So for all nations that attain first world status, they invested in technology. They took advantage, they leveraged on technology to drive the economy. So these three sectors are critical. Agro-processing, power, including energy, and technology. Now, if you look at these three areas, in agro-processing, are we getting it right? My answer is no.
But why
we're still doing primary agriculture.
Why are we not getting it right?
In the area of power, we produce less power. We produce less power than the city, than California. So California produces by far more power than the entire country of Nigeria. Singapore produces more power than the entire country of Nigeria. Singapore is a one-city country. And so, if we don't have power, how can we talk about industrialization? And so, agric provides food. Power provides energy for industries to run, machines to operate, factories to work. And technology gives us the leverage to scale. At the end of the day, three of them working together, we can become an industrialized nation, a nation that is great, that can be admired. For now, there's a gap in those three sectors. And the effect is what we see every day. We're dealing with hunger, poverty, unemployment, and we're not taking advantage of the fact that we're a populous country, a lot of young people, huge market, arable land, endowment with mineral resources. We're just not taking advantage of any of those.
As much as I try not to digress, I want to stay with it. And I'm asking myself, we know that these major ones you've mentioned are still not getting, we're not getting the 100% out of it. But again, let's look at the area of security. Is it also affecting our industries, the ones we have already? Even though we're not getting the best out of it already, like you rightly said. I mean, without power, there's going to be a big problem when it comes to agriculture and agro-processing. You've made those points, which are very key areas. And of course, without all these industries, it's difficult to actually say we have an economy that is a true economy. But how can we be able to move forward and achieve those areas that need, proper milestone? Just the way you mentioned Singapore, right? You also mentioned one state in the U.S., California, being able to power, right? Generate more power
than Nigeria.
And I know that some people will argue that we need about 120,000 megawatts, but we don't have up to that. But again, even if we have these things, our security is not in place to keep them alive so that things can work. There's vandalization here, back and forth, as the case may be. But however, moving forward, 2026, what are the key industries that can rely less on power, but can give us more output to help our GDP? Anyone that comes to mind?
Now, you see, power is foundational to industrialization. And so if we're talking about industrialization, we must do everything to fix power. However, there are still low-scale manufacturing that do not necessarily require that level of power, but it has insignificant impact on the economy. And so, for us to get it right, please, we have to fix power.
We have to fix power. We have to fix power.
And it's not rocket science, please. It's not rocket science.
I'd like to hear your solution. As someone who is in
nothing.
Political space.
If you look at most countries that is power sufficient, they clearly identify the mix that works for them. And so it's not a single source item where we say, okay, let's invest all our energy in gas. We have coal in Enugu. We have gas in the Niger Delta region. We have enough sunlight in northern part of the country. We have wind in the same Niger Delta region. So a combination of all of this, when well harnessed, backed by the right policies, with the discipline of execution, and being single-minded, we can fix power under 24 months.
24 months?
We can fix power and we'll be power sufficient.
Okay, let me ask something that's outside this, but I know it's something that you play with every now and then with your hands. If you had to run the affairs of this country, what would be your solution to get power fixed?
I've just mentioned it here. Okay. I've just mentioned that one is, let's have a mix of different power sources.
Okay.
In the north, I think we can invest heavily. One, in solar or renewables.
Okay.
Dams. There are a lot of dams. Mambila, Kanji. There are many dams that we can reactivate, scale. In the southern part of the country, precisely the Niger Delta region, gas turbines will work, wind turbines will work. Sufficient gas from Imo, Abia, Rivers, Delta, Akwa Ibom will have sufficient gas. In the western, what they call the southwestern part of the country, you still have a mix. Are we able to harness these diverse power sources, bring them into the national grid? But the other thing which we've done well, and I'm a bit surprised not optimize it, is to put power on the concurrent list so that states can generate their own power, create a power market, a parallel power market. Only few states have taken advantage of that. But even at that, you also must not only put policy framework in place.
Okay.
You must create the necessary incentives to attract investment and give the right guarantees. So I'm not going to set up power right now. Because of policy inconsistency, I lose my investment. Nobody will do it.
Right.
But if there are certain level of guarantees, obviously investors will put their money, generate power at no cost to government, sell to the people and make money. People want power and they're ready to pay for power.
Do you think Abia State is working when it comes to power? With what
I'm not in position to say. The reason is simple. Now recall that before the current government, Abia had made efforts to support independent power generation. And as God will have it, at the turn of the year, When Governor Alex Uti became governor, they commissioned the Independent Power Project. And I understand is working in Aba area. I wish to visit Abia and examine for myself the degree of impact that has made. But I think that relatively, I'm told there's made a lot of impact.
Fantastic. I must say it has been quite, insightful, giving us all these points that we need, because people complain that, job opportunities are not there. So are we tying it to lack of industries around? Where's the multipliers effect? I'm hearing from you has given us some clarity what we should look into, what the nation should look into as a nation builder. These are the key indicators that should look into come 2026. Before we let you go, we also want to find out one more thing. Given the chance, what you're working on presently, the projects you're working on, are they aligned with helping young people get jobs in the future? Are they aligned with your projects you're working on? Are they going to be aligned with making sure that we can see that multipliers effect that we're looking out for? And of course, give Nigeria a better narrative out there.
I'm working on 4 projects. Okay. One is logistics, and specifically rail. Okay. Now recall that no matter how you look at it, all nations, almost all nations, I won't say all nations, almost all nations that industrialized invested in rail. The reason is simple. It is one of the cheapest means of moving goods within the region and within a country. And that's one area we've not invested.
I didn't see that coming.
I'm part of a group that got a license they call the Track Access License.
Congratulations, sir.
And we're currently building trains or locomotives in China. We hope that we'll start operation by next year, first quarter 2027. And so if you're moving goods from Lagos to Kano, you don't need to hire trucks or build trucks. Once our rail project starts, we're able to take out on every single trip close to 1,000 trucks. At least let me be conservative, 500
1,000 trucks.
Let me be conservative, 500 trucks off the road at every point in time. Now, if you look at the multiplier effect of that, 25% of cost of goods and services is because of logistics costs. Between 25 and 30%. And so if a particular good per unit costs 100 naira, 30 naira is because of the cost of transportation. Our idea is to crash that so to that point that it will not exceed at most between 10 and 15%. Meaning a piece of good, a unit of goods that costs 100 naira today, because of the value that will bring using rail transport, that goods will now cost 75 naira with tame inflation. And so that's one of the projects I am working on. Now, 2, the second one is agro. I'm setting up a farm in Edo, a farm in Cross River. And we're not only setting up a farm, we're also going to do agro processing. We have our eyes on exports, but we have to be self-sufficient at home first.
We have to come there and come document this.
Now, the third is BPO, what is called business process outsourcing. I'm also working on that. Now, this is in addition to my regular consultancy services, consultancy outfit, and all the other things I'm doing. So if you look at the sectors I'm playing, agro and agro processing, I'm playing in that sector. BPO is technology. We're deploying technology to work for companies in the US, in UK, in Europe as a whole. I'm playing in that sector, technology. Now the other third sector I'm playing in is logistics, rail transport. So I am deliberate and intentional about the sectors I like to play.
Are you looking at shipping?
Not at all.
You know why I asked that question? Because
for now.
Because you did very well when you were in the master, like I did.
That's regulatory work.
Okay.
So, going forward, the other thing we need is to invest in the right education. You see, our education will place a lot of emphasis on certificates, not skill. So there needs to be a shift from certificate to skill, from certificate to competence. Now, certificates do not work in factories. Skills do.
Certificates don't work in factories. Skills do.
Certificate does not, or theories do not deliver in factories. Skills and competence do. Now, the other thing about our education is that it's high time we will refocus on technical and vocational education training, TVET. I am happy the current Minister of Education is focusing on TVET. Let it not be a last option for us. Oh, those who cannot do well in other areas will now take to technical skills. No. Let it be a critical choice that our people have to make.
Right.
I want to train as an auto mechanic. I want to train as an electrician. I want to train as a cameraman. I want to train. All those skills are the things that build a nation, not certificates. So, in the recent past, the emphasis has been on certificates with no value addition. Let our focus now shift from certificate to skills, competence, value addition. And another dimension to education is that can we get a situation where industries and training institutions work in alignment? And so we have people who are trained, they have certificates, but clearly there's a mismatch between the training they get in school or training institutions and what is obtainable in the industry. That's another shift that must happen. Let our people move from certificate-centric training to skill-centric training, where we bring skills that is needed in industries. And finally, the other dimension is technology.
Tech.
Now, if we want to scale, then we need technology.
At every level?
At every level. It enhances productivity. Enhances efficiency. Every worker that has technological skill will give you greater output per unit than one who doesn't have technological advantage. And so we need to focus on technology. Give our people digital skills. Those are critical elements if we truly want to industrialize the nation. And we have a lot of young people. So we will not only be training them, they are even exportable. Those skills, talents are exportable. And if we want to dominate the African market, Nigeria is a enough test ground. And so you test the quality of your product in the Nigerian market, you have a huge market. Then you export to the rest African countries on scale and make money. We have everything going for us to dominate the African regional market. Thank God you have the African Free Continental Trade Area Agreement. And so I believe that that's a path to go.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and giving us this opportunity to enjoy your conversation. Of course, also enjoy your answers. We must say, not only did you, surpass our expectation, you give us what we call homework to go back and plan properly. And so that when we have you another time, we can now say your great words are now becoming more fantastic. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us in our studio.
Thank you very much. And it's good having me here in Business Day television. Without an iota of doubt, I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. Back at home, for all of you who will watch and of course are watching Business Day television, we give you that which you need to make sure that you can take home and start something. When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day. Industry Focus Today. Onyeka Valentine is my name. Some other time. Bye-bye.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Some of the strongest people you know, I mean the ones you admire, the ones that never miss a day and always show up with a smile, never asking for help, are the ones who struggle the most. High-functioning depression hides behind smiles, success, and productivity. It's a new year. Welcome to Health Matters, your #1 guide to everything health and wellness. I'm your host, Amanda Imosigwe. Now to the statistics. It shows that Nigeria has one of the highest rates of depression in Africa, with the World Health Organization estimating that over 7 million Nigerians suffer from depression. A large national study in Nigeria reported a lifetime prevalence of a major depressive episode at 3.1%. Also, a national survey found that 22% of Nigerian heads of households display depressive symptoms, and university students have reported symptom prevalence rates as high as 57%. That is not all. As at 2024, Business Solvers survey noted that 55% of CEOs acknowledge struggling with mental health challenges in the past year, with the likes of the late Laolu Martins, the co-founder of Buka Hut, who died by suicide after his battle with depression, Tonto Dike, Omale, J.K. Rollins, and this is just mentioning a few. With me to delve deeper into the roots of high-functioning depression as individuals smile through the pain is Dr. Olayinka Jibono. She's a consultant, psychiatrist, and a rehabilitation psychologist. Thank you for joining us today, Dr. Jibono.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Dr. Jibono?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, thank you for joining us today. So let's get in quickly. We have heard of depression, but what I am curious about is how exactly high-functioning depression differs from the normal depression that we are familiar with.
Okay, so what we loosely term as high-functioning depression is medically referred to as persistent depressive disorder, which is also called dysthymia. So the typical clinical depression, which is referred to as major depressive disorder, usually impairs the person's ability to function. So one of the key hallmarks of a depressive illness is inability to function within the family. So the individual finds it difficult to carry out their daily activities of living, be it bathing, cooking, caring for children, the typical activities we carry out within the household. And then they also struggle at work. So there'll be a struggle with productivity at work, concentrating at work, paying attention, maybe sleeping too much, sleeping at work, or not even getting enough sleep, So they find it difficult to cope in the workplace and also in the larger society. So you find that individual struggles in the larger society. So that is the typical hallmark of major depressive illness. However, in persistent depressive disorder, which is called dysthymia, and which we loosely refer to as high-functioning depression, you find that the individual is still able to function, although with a lot of struggle. So what happens in this case is that the depressive illness occurs at a milder level. So when we talk about depression, we talk about different levels of severity. There's mild, there's moderate, and there's severe. Now, in high-functioning depression, we have the symptoms are milder. So they have the same symptoms as you would see in major depressive illness, which include low mood, so persistently low mood. They have low energy levels, so you find that the individual is always tired, easily tired, right from first thing in the morning, getting out of bed is a struggle, because they're fatigued, they're tired for unexplainable reasons. And then you find that there's what we call anhedonia. Anhedonia is a loss of interest in previously pleasurable activities. So you find an individual that used to love to attend Owambes or love to go to the gym every Saturday or love to spend time with loved ones, just isolating themselves and not wanting to engage in activities that they normally enjoy doing. Those are some of the key hallmarks. But in high-functioning depression, you don't find it as severe as you would see in the typical clinical depression. Other symptoms of depression include changes in sleep. So you could find an individual sleeping less or sleeping too much. There's also changes in appetite, where the eating less or eating too much. We also find issues around concentration, difficulty staying focused on a task, difficulty paying attention, lapses in memory as well. So the memory lapses, being more forgetful than usual. We find them harboring guilt feelings for past deeds or past, or even occurrences that never even concerned them. There's an old wives' tale in the family of psychology where we talk about old women in the village that are stoned to death because they confess to being witches. For some of those women, they might not even be witches. It's just that they were depressed at that time and they attributed a lot of issues or a lot of unfortunate events around them to themselves. So they personalize those experiences and blame themselves for those experiences, and then people around them now call them witches because they personalize those experiences. So you find that people who are depressed feel guilty
for a lot of things that occur around them, for a lot of things they've done in the past, and even some things that they never even did by themselves. They find themselves just feeling guilty for such things. Another key symptom we see is pessimistic thoughts, pessimistic ideas, pessimistic behavior. It's not unusual to find people who are depressed being negative, because a pessimistic person would first think of reasons why it can't happen, or reasons why it's impossible, before they start to think of the positive or why it's possible. So you find that in a workplace, people with high functioning depression come across as negative. You go into their room or their office, and they'll first see the things that shouldn't be before they see the things they should. So if you have a boss who's depressed, your boss will most likely pick out holes in the things you do before even dishing out a compliment to you. So you just find that being in the presence of that boss seems very negative and pessimistic, because you're just picking out your faults, picking out things that you've done wrong, things that you can't do, things you shouldn't do, instead of seeing the positive. Same thing with a spouse who is depressed. A spouse who is depressed will be fishing out for the negative all the time. And you just find that when you're in their presence, you feel drained, because they seem to be seeing the things that are not there, or the things that can happen before they see the possibilities. So that's another key symptom that we see. Another symptom we also see in the workplace, which is tied to fatigue, and difficulty concentrating, might be an individual that used to be very high functioning or very, very productive, now coming across as lazy. So if you have someone that's been in the workplace and has worked with you maybe for 5 years and has been very productive, but maybe in the 6th year, the person now starts to come across as lazy, not being able to keep up with deadlines, not being able to stay focused on tasks. It might be that their mood has slumped, So these are some of the things we can actually look out for. And
I hear you, Dr. Jibuno, but you have listed things that are visible, but then there are some times where we're left in the dark. So I really want to know how someone productive, successful, socially present is clinically depressed, and why because some persons do not speak out, and then they go on to attempt suicide. Sometimes it's successful, but then we're left in the dark. So why is it that, they are clinically depressed, and why is it so difficult to recognize, even by us, family and close friends?
Depression as an illness is a silent killer. It can be likened to illnesses like hypertension and diabetes. Even the WHO calls it one of the leading causes of disability, because it's a silent illness. It just goes on quietly and just disrupts the individual's life, the individual's source of livelihood, relationships. It's silent, it creeps in very quietly. The person just feels like they're sinking into a hole that they can't get out of, or that there's a dark cloud over them that they can't just shake off or shake away. And with undiagnosis or poor diagnosis or non-treatment of the illness, we find that they continue to sink deeper and deeper, until maybe the individual becomes suicidal, or for some individuals, they because their appetite changes and sleep changes, they could actually just have pass on to death, from metabolic changes or metabolic issues. So it's a silent illness that creeps in quiet, and that's why a lot of people don't even know. Now, one of the reasons why a lot of people don't know when they're depressed is because we've not talked about it enough. We don't talk about it as much as we talk about physical illnesses like malaria and hypertension. So people don't recognize the symptoms. One of the reasons why it's so easy for a mother to treat malaria in her child today is because every time she goes to the antenatal clinic, every time she puts on the TV, she's listening to symptoms of malaria. When you have fever, when you have aches and pains, when you have this, when you have that, think of malaria, So that comes to her mind first. We don't have that kind of awareness when it comes to mental health issues. We haven't talked about it enough. So people don't readily identify these symptoms. They just see that the individual is different. This person is quieter than usual. This person is interacting less than usual. This person is more weepy than usual, not as enthusiastic, not as committed or as productive. They can't put a label on it. They don't even understand what it means. And that's why we agreed to do this type of awareness talks, because the more we teach people about these things, the more people know. Even the WHO knows that it is a big deal. It's a leading cause of disability, and people need to be aware of it. People need to be more informed. So when it shows up, when it creeps up, it's easy to identify and manage. I tell people that mental health awareness is like learning CPR. When you learn CPR, you actually do not learn CPR for yourself. You learn it so that in case of an emergency, you can administer CPR to someone else. Also, when we do come down with mental health conditions, a lot of times it feels like we've sunk into a hole and you can't come out. You're trying to come out of the hole and it's difficult to come out by yourself. But if the next person beside you is aware of the symptoms, they can act on your behalf. They can help lift you out of that hole so that you don't further deteriorate. So that's the importance of discussions like this. That's the importance of raising more awareness.
So much, Dr. Jibna. I had a girlfriend of mine who would usually say she feels like she's floating and she just wants to evaporate. And, not being an expert, but I just thought like these are, her depressive episodes. It's not a constant feeling for her. So it just happens. And, I felt like, okay, this is when a depressive episode is starting. So now, what are the coping mechanisms she can adapt? And then for me, what are the warning, because this is my friend, so what are the warning signs that I should not ignore?
Okay, so let's start with warning signs. In terms of warning signs, we want to, of course, we don't want the individual to totally deteriorate before we act. So subtle changes in behavior, like I said, and someone that was more outgoing becoming less outgoing or more withdrawn, someone that wasn't as weepy becoming more weepy, so crying over very little things or every little thing just makes them a bit more weepy than usual. Drops in energy levels. So you find a friend that is now always complaining about being tired, mentally tired, physically tired. They haven't done much. The day is just starting. It's 8 a.m. and the person is complaining about being tired at 8 a.m. There's something wrong. We don't overlook such things. Or someone that is always, they set their alarm at 7 a.m. and at 7 on the dot, they're always up. But you find that they struggle to get out of bed at 7 a.m. now, which they find unusual as well. Or even changes in sleep habits. They would normally go to bed and, go off and wake up at dawn. But they find that they get into bed and it's a struggle to even fall asleep. And they're tossing and turning and going on social media before they can catch some sleep. Those are some subtle signs that we need to look out for. For individuals who start to appear lazy, they seem less productive. Don't just shrug it off and say, "Oh, you're now so lazy." No, could it be that the mood is dipping? And then in more severe cases, you find that the individual starts to feel worthless and hopeless. And these are the big red flags that we look out for. So you find an individual now starts to say, "Oh, this life is no longer worth it. Maybe you guys are better off without me here. Maybe if you didn't have me around, maybe you'll be a much better person." When you start to hear stuff like that, we don't joke about stuff like that. We call them red flags. We call them a call for help. Sometimes you have people post these things on social media and everyone laughs it off. But these are real telltale signs that the individual is starting to lose hope. When a depressed person starts to lose hope, the next thought on their mind becomes suicide. The next avenue or the next idea that comes to mind is suicide. Maybe I should just end it. And that's why it's not surprising to see people jump off the bridge just randomly. A lot of times they didn't just contemplate that thought on that day. They had been romancing the thought of suicide for a while before they now actually carry out the act. So these are some of the red flags. Now, in terms of coping styles for your friend, I would say that in cases where the symptoms are mild, like in high functioning cases, or mild to moderate clinical depressive illnesses, putting in certain measures to help increase endorphins really help boost the mood. So endorphins are body's natural way of improving our mood. There's certain hormones that the body produces to keep us uplifted and help us regulate our mood. What we find in situations of depressive illness is that the neurotransmitters or the endorphins are reduced in terms of quantity. they're reduced. So you find that there's certain activities that help boost the level of endorphins in the body. From That's what we recommend as medical practitioners. We always recommend exercise. Exercise is one of those habits that if you adopt, helps boost, get your heart to pump and boost some blood supplies to all the organs in the body, and just helps boost the level of endorphins in the body. So I'll say for this your friend, please, once you get back from work today, get her in her sneakers, drag her to the gym, or even if you can't even make it to the gym, take her around, take her for a walk, take her around, get her to, break out in a sweat, get her to work out a bit and break out in a sweat. Once she starts to engage in this consistently over a period of time, you'll find that her endorphin levels will improve and it will boost her mood. Also, other activities that she once used to enjoy but she no longer engages in. If she's the kind of person that loves to attend an Owambe party, drag her to the next Owambe party that you're invited to. Or if she loves to watch movies or she likes to go to the beach, take her on this take her out with you for these activities, and as this will help boost her endorphin levels and help lift her mood.
Thank you so much for that. Of course, we're pressed with time, in like 2 minutes. How can we as a society, as a workplace, provide a vulnerable space for people to admit to their current battles? And then, what is that one advice as an expert for those people who have mastered the act of like hiding pain, going through depression? What is the first step towards healing?
So a lot of times, societies that are very stigmatizing harbor a lot of individuals that suffer silently. It has a lot to do with the culture. If we have a culture where people can speak freely about their mental health, people are free to express their mental health and not be judged or not be stigmatized, we'll find that people will be more expressive. We thank God for the younger generation, the Gen Z generation, that are a bit more outspoken and leading the mental health conversation now. We thank God for them. They're prompting the older generation to look inwards, and address some of those challenges that they've kept hidden for a long time. We advise people not to suffer in silence. A problem shared is a problem solved. You find that when you're even able to unburden some of the little challenges you're having with just a friend, you find that it lifts a big burden off you and it lifts your mood. So imagine doing that on a regular basis with maybe a therapist or a psychiatrist over a period of time. You can imagine the value that adds to an individual's life. So it's important as a society that we break the stigma, we break the culture, we modify the culture to allow more honest conversations around mental health, around well-being, even around health in general. Let's talk more about these things. Let's engage more in this conversation so people feel freer to express themselves. And you find that it generally would reduce the burden in the society. It would reduce the number of people that need to hide and keep their struggles hidden. Like we said, because with high functioning depression, you're trying to cope on the outside and keeping your struggles hidden, you know, not sharing your struggles with anyone, just keeping it hidden and trying to cope and keep up with the responsibilities that are required of you. But what we're advocating for is that let us allow people onboarding themselves and not judge. Let's not judge. Let's not stigmatize. Let's encourage the culture of speaking up. Let's encourage people to onboarding around us. Let's encourage people to seek for therapy. To access therapy. And generally it will do the society a whole lot of good. Even employers will benefit immensely from this because the productivity of the general population would increase and improve. And of course, it will tell in the
Such a
society
short
on
time,
the long run
but
because our
I
relationship.
assure you, like such seasoned wealth of knowledge. Thank you so much, Dr. Olayinka Jibino, for such an impactful and enlightening perspective. So if there is one thing we should take from this today is that smiling does not equate
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, we're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. you didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that BusinessDay Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises,
to the pulse of national economic policy. This is where business meets perspective, with expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips. anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is a news update reaching you live from our studios here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us. We begin the news in Nigeria, where Federal High Court in Abuja has ordered the interim forfeiture of 30.7 million naira suspected to be proceeds of fraud linked to the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited. Justice Emeka Nwite granted the order on Monday after hearing an ex parte motion filed by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Prosecutors say the funds paid into an EFCC recovery account via 4 managers' checks were reasonably suspected to be proceeds of unlawful activity. Investigations linked the money to Bureau de Change operator Adamu Yakubu and FIR staff Ibrahim Sani, while over 4 billion naira was reportedly transferred to multiple individuals and companies under Sani's instructions, while both men denied ownership of the 30.7 million naira. The court ordered publication of the ruling and gave interested parties 14 days to contest the forfeiture, while the matter was adjourned to January 22nd for a compliance report. Moving on now, the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board has assured Nigerians that there are no immediate plans to increase fees for the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination and Direct Entry application forms. The board revealed that any future increase would only occur if necessary to maintain the integrity of the examination process, stressing that fees have not risen in the past 9 years and registration costs have been reduced under the current administration. Now, the board revealed that this aligns with President Bola Tinubu's directive to reflect human face policies considering the economic realities of Nigerian families. The board, however, urged parents and guardians to register their children on time, warning that the registration period will not be extended, highlighting its efficient operations, which have led to substantial remittances to the federal government. Away from that story, the Nigerian Exchange in Lagos saw equities market capitalization cross 100 trillion naira on January 5, rising by 1.87 trillion naira in 2 sessions to 101.81 trillion naira, driven by strong investor demand and the January effect. The all-share index jumped 1.74%, leaving year-to-date returns to 2.32% as market breadth surged with 73 gainers versus 8 losers, reflecting broad confidence, while capitalization also climbed in dollar terms from $69.61 billion to $71.15 billion. NGX CEO Temi Popola says the milestone shows rising market depth and reform impact, citing stronger collaboration with regulators and the FCC. Trading volume hit 695.64 million shares, with Zenith Bank, WAPCO and Aradel leading by value, while ETF capitalization rose to 50.45 billion naira. Coming up, CBN NDIC challenge court over license revocations. This and more after the short break. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're still watching the news update here on Business Day Television. The Central Bank of Nigeria and the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation on Monday urged the Federal High Court to decline jurisdiction in a suit by ASO Savings and Union Homes over the revocation of their licenses. Before Justice Emeka Nwite, CBN counsel Onyeka Eze, and NDIC's Abubakar Shehu argued the court must first resolve jurisdiction, citing a 2022 Supreme Court ruling. The council added that NDIC is acting within its mandate after the CBN withdrew the bank's licenses in December 2025. The mortgage banks countered, saying the law allows a 30-day window to challenge the decision and halt liquidation, warning that NDIC's actions could cause irreversible damage. The judge adjourned the case to January 21 to hear jurisdictional objections, while CBN cited undercapitalization, regulatory breaches, and BOFIA 2020 violations. Away from that story, the NGX All-Share Index advanced by 1.74% to close at 159,218.22 points, lifting the market's year-to-date return to 2.32%. According to reports, market breadth was particularly strong, with 73 gainers against 7 decliners, pointing to widespread optimism. Meanwhile, the Nigerian exchange began the 2026 trading year on a strong note, with equities rallying to push total market capitalization above the 100 trillion naira mark. Consumer goods and healthcare stocks led the advance, with Cadbury Nigeria, Fiston Healthcare, PZ Cousins, and May & Baker all gaining the maximum 10%. NGX Limited CEO Jude Chiemeka added that improving participation across banking, industrial, and consumer stocks signals a more active market. And moving on now, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has reduced the pump price of petrol at its retail outlets in Abuja, lowering the price to 815 naira per litre. The adjustment represents a 20 naira cut from the previous 835 naira and was observed across several NNPC stations in the Federal Capital Territory. Despite the reduction, NNPC's price remains significantly higher than the 739 naira per litre offered by Dangote Refinery, backed by MRS filling stations nationwide, and marketers still sell petrol at varying prices, highlighting continued price disparities across Abuja's downstream retail market. The latest cut follows intensifying competition triggered by large-scale petrol supply from the Dangote Petroleum Refinery. While the ongoing price adjustments reflect early gains from deregulation, consumers continue to face price volatility, and independent marketers have also raised concerns over uneven access to competitively priced supply. Now, to end the local news, International Energy Insurance PLC has converted a 2 billion naira deposit from Noram Baja Advisory Partners Limited into equity, creating a 1.25 billion new ordinary shares following shareholder approval at extraordinary general meeting. The shares were issued at 1.60 per share with a par value of 50 kobo, giving Noram Baja an equity stake in the insurer. According to a filing with the Nigerian Exchange, the newly created shares will rank pari passu with existing ordinary shares, ensuring equal rights across the company's share capital. Beyond the equity conversion, shareholders approved plans for a broader capital raise of up to 17.5 billion naira, as the company may explore multiple options, including private placement, rights issues, public offers, or strategic investor participation. Management says the capital raising initiative is expected to strengthen IEI's balance sheets and support strategic growth within Nigeria's insurance sector. Coming up, Kenya's private sector ends 2025 on a strong note, according to PMI. This and more after the short break. Do stay with us.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
You're still watching the news update here on Business Day Television. Kenya's private sector ended December on a strong footing supported by firm customer demand and rising business activity. According to reports, the headline PMI stood at 53.7 in December, easing from 55.0 in November, but remaining firmly in expansion territory. The survey showed a marked increase in output, new orders, and purchasing activity, while employment growth accelerated to its fastest pace since November 2019. Inflationary pressures, however, began to re-emerge as input costs rose due to higher taxes, fuel, and raw material prices, although overall input price inflation remained below its long-term average. Analysts warned that stronger consumer demand could push inflation higher in the coming months, even as output prices rose modestly and wage pressures remained relatively subdued. And also, South Africa's private sector business activity contracted sharply in December, recording its weakest performance since January as demand softened and firms cut back on purchases and inventories. According to reports, the S&P Global Purchasing Managers Index fell to 47.7 from 49.0 in November, remaining below the 50-point threshold. The downturn was driven by a steep decline in output and new orders as businesses pointed to challenging economic conditions and weaker client demand. Despite the slowdown, employment edged higher for the third month in a row, although gains remained marginal as firms cited cautious hiring amid uncertainty. Looking ahead, business confidence remains cautiously optimistic and input price inflation is slightly helped by a stronger rand, which ended 2025 nearly 13% higher against the United States dollar and its strongest annual performance in 16 years. And on the foreign scene, the Trump administration plans to meet U.S. oil executives later this week to discuss boosting Venezuelan oil production following the ousting of President Nicolas Maduro. According to report, officials aim to get major U.S. companies back into the South American nation after nearly 2 decades of state control over energy operations. ExxonMobil, ConocoPhillips, and Chevron have reportedly not held prior discussions with the White House about operating in Venezuela, contradicting Trump's claim that it met all U.S. oil firms both before and after Maduro's removal. Reports reveal that the meetings are key to increasing crude production and exports from Venezuela, which holds the world's largest reserves, while analysts warn that rebuilding the country's oil infrastructure will require billions of dollars and several years of work. And also, India's competition watchdog has found Tata Steel, JSW Steel, State-Run Steel, and 25 other companies in violation of antitrust laws for colluding on steel prices. The investigation spanning 2015 to 2023 also holds 56 top executives, including JSW Sajjan Jindal and Tata Steel CEO TV Narendran, liable. The probe, launched in 2021 after Builder's alleged price fixing, was later expanded to 31 companies and dozens of executives, while details of the October 6 order reviewed by Reuters have not been made public until now. The world's second largest steel producer has seen rising demand amid infrastructure growth, with JSW holding 17.5% of the market, Tata Steel at 13.3%, and SAIL 10%, while revenues for JSW and Tata Steel in the last fiscal year were $14.2 billion and $14.7 billion respectively. Reports show that the Competition Commission of India may impose fines up to 3 times a company's profit or 10% of turnover, with executives facing additional penalties. We'll bring you to sport news after this break. Do stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. As At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and creates the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
This is still the Business Day news update reaching you from our Lagos studio in Nigeria. And now to sport, fans of Nigerian football have criticized Victor Osimhen following an on-field confrontation with teammate Ademola Lookman during Nigeria's 4-0 victory over Mozambique in the round of 16 clash of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations. The incident occurred in the 63rd minute of the play at the Complex Sportif de Fes, despite Nigeria already holding a commanding lead. Television footage showed Osimhen angrily confronting Lookman after the winger opted to take a shot instead of passing to the striker, who appeared unmarked in the penalty area. Osimhen's outburst triggered widespread reaction on social media, with several Nigerian fans criticizing the Galatasaray striker for what they described as indiscipline and unprofessional conduct. Now, to end the news, Egypt booked their place in the quarterfinals of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations after a hard-fought 3-1 extra-time victory over Benin on Monday at the Grand Stade de Agadir. The Pharaohs needed extra time to see off a resilient Benin side with 2 late goals, including a superb strike from captain Mohamed Salah, finally settling a tense round of 16 encounter. After a goalless first half, Egypt eventually broke the deadlock just over 20 minutes from time when midfielder Marwan Attia unleashed a fine strike from the edge of the area into the top corner. The defeat ends Benin's hopes of repeating their run to the quarterfinals in 2019, while Egypt, still chasing their 8th AFCON title, will now face the winner between Ivory Coast and Burkina Faso in the last 8. And this is where we wrap it up right here on the Business Day TV News Update this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channels for more insight. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for watching.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, And if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Good afternoon, and you're welcome to Beyond the Headlines, where we go beyond the surface of the news to understand what's really happening. Here, we take the time to examine the fact, unpack the context, and look at the forces shaping the issues that affect our lives, our economy, and our society. We move past what happened to explore why it happened, what it means, and what could come next. I'm Deborah Eze, and we're having conversations centering on implication of Nigeria's delayed unemployment data and how Trump's action in Venezuela could hamper Nigeria's revenue. Do stay with us as we go beyond the headlines. Welcome back to Beyond the Headlines. Unemployment figures and more than just statistics. They influence government policy, investor confidence, and public perception of the economy. With the delay in releasing updated data, questions are being raised about transparency, planning, and the real state of the labor market. Joining us to unpack what this delay means for the economy, policymakers, and everyday Nigerian is Bumi Bailey. Thank you, Bumi, for joining us. Good to have you.
Having me.
All right, let's go straight into it. This is actually an article that you wrote on the BusinessDay newspaper, if I'm correct. All right, now let's move our focus to the data delays, like I said in my intro, and the credibility. Now, Nigeria has gone 14 months without a complete unemployment update. So how damaging is this delay to policy credibility, investor confidence, especially decisions being made around, being made in the dark?
Okay, so before I talk on the 14 months delay, this is actually not the first time that Nigeria has actually delayed their unemployment figures. I mean, the last time we had this kind of delay was in, I think, 2023. I mean, they delayed it for almost close to 2 years. Yes, from, I think, March 2021 to March 2023. So that was 2 years. Then 3 months after, they said they're actually updating the methodology, the reasons for the delay. So then when the updated methodology report was released, I think unemployment dropped from 33% to single digits, so I think about, 5.something%. So since then, they have actually been consistent in releasing the report. But November 2024, there's the last time that we actually saw Q2 unemployment figures. I mean, between Q1 2024 and Q2 2024, unemployment actually dropped, right, from 5.3 to 4.3 in Q2 2024. And since then, we don't even know in terms of where unemployment numbers starts and all, especially during this time where we've seen inflation numbers actually decline. I mean, inflation numbers averaged around 33% last year, and now you have it averaged close to about, 14%. So we actually need to know how the labor market is doing in Nigeria. I mean, if you look at the labor, I would say that unemployment data actually tells us the health of the economy, or more or less like the health of the labor market, right? I mean, when you come into the consequences of this delay, I mean, for the government, let's look at the public and private sector. For the government, right, you need it to be able to, in terms of policy formulation, to actually know the kind of policy that will help to create jobs. And the updated methodology, right, where unemployment dropped to as low as 3% from about 33%, maybe 2020. What was actually led to this decline on unemployment is because from their methodology, they were actually saying that if maybe you work for at least 1 hour in a week, you're employed. compared to the old methodology where it says 40 hours and then you're employing. So immediately that leads to an increase in employment rate, reduces your unemployment. So those were just statistical improvements, not really showing the true impact in the economy, right? And also most of these jobs, or what led to a decline in unemployment rates, are jobs that you would say hustle. You know, urgent 2K, you know, jobs that you just do quickly, just even if you just get like 2K. But the problem with those kind of jobs is that those jobs are just meant to solve immediate consumption or immediate needs. They are not meant for saving. They are not meant for further investment, because poverty is high on the land. People are trying to be very creative, but that creativity does not stem from, towards maybe more job creation. But those job creation are just urgent 2K, something that can just for survival purposes.
So let's look at the inconsistency of these unemployment figures. Like you mentioned, we've seen different reports, we've seen missing quotas, right? So do you think this is a capacity problem? You also mentioned the methodology reset. Do you think it's a methodological reset?
So when I reached out to, before I did this story, I think I didn't even know that unemployment data had actually lagged for this long, right? So as a journalist, I can't just do my story without reaching out to the NBS. So I reached out to one of the officers who wished to be anonymous, and he told me that this is actually more of a funding problem. So it has actually been a funding problem for them, because compared to unemployment numbers, there are other data that's actually been delayed. I mean, Q1 capital importation data we don't have for Q2 last year. And apart from that, poverty, multidimensional poverty, I think the last time we had that was 2020, when we know the poverty rate in Nigeria. Then they said that the people that were dimensionally poor, right, were around maybe 103 million, right? But since then, you have World Bank that has been releasing poverty numbers, saying that we're currently at 133 or 139. Do you understand? So that is more or less for a funding problem, because they've already updated the methodology. But that methodology, many people don't agree with it, because if you're telling me that unemployment is single digits, right, at a very poverty high-stricken economy, then you're telling me that I'm doing better like US or so. I mean, if you look at other countries, for example, like I think which has a single digit rate, I think either Egypt. Yes, Egypt has a single digit rate, right? But they still release their unemployment numbers timely. I mean, look at our peers. South Africa, for example, the biggest economy in Africa. They have one of the highest unemployment rates, even in the world and in Africa, at double digits. But unemployment dropped, right? But they still release their unemployment numbers. And the reason why they actually emphasize the importance of this is because the South Africa also was placed on 30% tariff, US tariffs. And they had one of the, in fact, I think the highest in Africa. And for them, they had to really keep track on the unemployment numbers, because one of their major fears was that the tariff would lead to loss of jobs. But it was surprisingly when we saw that in November, when they released their Q3, unemployment dropped to about 31.9% from 23%.
It's a funding problem.
So it's more of a funding problem, according to what the NBS said. It's more not really I wouldn't say, because according to me, he said that unemployment survey is I think it's so huge. Do you understand? So it needs a massive level of funding for it to be done on a quarterly basis.
All right. So your report actually shows that 80% of Nigerians are self-employed, while formal jobs account for just 7%. Now, are you going to see this as a sign of, disguised unemployment or survival economics?
I would say it's both, because that 86%, sorry, the 86% is from, it is roughly 86%, was from Q2. And that number rose from maybe about 84% in Q1. Interestingly, those that are actually on like paid employment, like working for formal employment, actually saw a decline. So you see more people going towards that side. So self-employment is more of a survival. Do you understand? I talked about the aspect that this is just a survival thing, just for immediate consumption, just to solve my needs. And if you notice that most of the people that are doing survival are really those that are agriculture and retail. I gave an example of a hawker selling water on the street. So within that hour, if I make money, then it means I'm employed. Do you understand? But that does not make sense, because those people are just using that to survive. Do you understand? So that is why you need this unemployment data or labor data to be released timely, so that you'll be able to know, okay, which areas can this actually, which areas or which policies can actually create more jobs that can, number one, help people to save. Do you understand? And also it help to increase the consumption of the economy. Because right now, right? You know, I mentioned the fact that inflation numbers are dropping. Do you understand? So I want to see, okay, if that decline in inflation is corresponding to unemployment numbers, am I meant to see, okay, more people increasing demand? Because if I go back to the aspect of retail, because the major segment or the major sectors that actually forms a large chunk of employment is retail, wholesale and retail, especially the retailers, right? So, and if you're telling me that, okay, your less inflation numbers are actually declining or inflation numbers are dropping, it means that increases the purchasing power of consumers. When there's a more increased purchasing number of purchasing power of consumers, it means that there's more demand for my products.
Right.
So if I increase my products, I can now invest more, I can save more, I can now create more jobs for other people. So this is why we need to see the unemployment data now, because you're telling me inflation is dropping. Okay, let me see where our unemployment numbers. Is there a correlation between that? Because if you have inflation and unemployment, you can know how the misery index is. But like I said, the inflation numbers, the unemployment numbers we have are single digits. For example, let's say Nigeria, average inflation is, let's say, 14%, or maybe like November inflation numbers is 14%, and let's use Q2 4.4. That does not really.
So quickly, in 10 seconds. So what reform would you recommend to fix the system? In just one word.
What reform would I think?
More funding.
Yes, yes, more funding, like what Demand talked about, more funding, do you understand? So that this can actually be released on a timely basis. That's just the thing, just more funding, because the funding thing has been a major, because apart from, if you compare year-on-year analysis, last year we had more reports, or maybe 2 years ago, more reports coming from the NBS, but over the past 1 year, more than 2 years, the reports that are coming in have become lesser and lesser. So I think for me, my own recommendation is just create more funding so that you can be able to do more surveys, and
thank you so much,
we can know where we stand in terms of unemployment.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
The headlines. All right, after the break, our focus will be centering on how Trump's action in Venezuela could hamper Nigeria's revenue. Just stay with us.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. You tax how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic.
Welcome back. You're still watching Beyond the Headlines. We move to our second conversation where we examine how recent actions by former President Donald Trump, I beg your pardon, concerning Venezuela could have implications far beyond Latin America, including for Nigeria's revenue. And as global energy politics shifts, decisions affecting oil production and sanctions can influence prices, supply dynamics, and competition among oil-producing countries. For Nigeria, whose revenue remains closely tied to oil exports, this development raised important economic questions. And joining us to unpack what this could mean for Nigeria's oil earnings and broader economy is Dipo Oladende. He's the head Energy Desk BusinessDay. It's good to have you on Beyond the Headlines, Dipo.
Hi, Debbie. Good to be here once again.
All right, to begin with, I want you to briefly explain Trump's action in Venezuela, that's what it involves and why the matter will affect the global oil market.
Okay, so in the oil market, Venezuela is a very, very important country. Why? Because they control the biggest oil reserve in the entire world, even bigger than Saudi Arabia. They have a reserve of about 303 billion barrels of oil equivalent. Nigeria currently boasts of about 36 billion barrels of oil equivalent. So, 36 to 303, that's a lot. So that's one thing. So the oil is like the gold mine. It's why Venezuela, again, America and Venezuelan governments, they've been having a lot of back and forths over the years due to Trump not being comfortable with the President Maduro's style of operations in Venezuela. And so they've taken over the country. Now, why this matters to us now is one of the key things Trump said was the fact that going forward, U.S. oil companies will prioritize investing in Venezuela. So they've not been investing there before because of the political situation there. But what they have said now is Venezuelan oil is going to be flooding into the global oil markets. Now that has huge implication for the global oil markets. Why? Because you are going to be seeing a glut in the market because currently the market is currently oversupplied already. With the biggest oil countries now pumping oil into the markets, there's a possibility that there's going to be excess supply into the markets. Now, the normal laws of economics is when supply outweighs demand, then prices will likely fall. And so once price goes down, oil countries like Nigeria, who has benchmarked their budget, their 2026 budget, for instance, Nigeria benchmarked ours at about $63 per barrel. And at some point, the lawmakers reduced it to 60. Now, even with a $60 per barrel, it's still not comfortable for us. It's still not comfortable for us because currently, as we speak, oil price is trading around 56, which is less than what the government had earmarked. So what this means on the long term is the fact that some of the oil revenue targets we set out for 2026 might not be achieved. Now, let's not forget that in 2025, we're able to achieve just 30% of the budget because of over ambitious targets. Some of the revenues were not met. Now, coming into 2026, there's a likelihood that we would even suffer some of the challenges we suffer in 2025. So this is the best time for the policymakers to start readdressing, or if they need to review some of the benchmark they've set, I think this might be the best time.
So explain to us, in what ways could this policy actually affect Nigeria directly?
Okay, so directly is, for instance, if you've marked 100 billion to fix health care for 2026, with lower oil revenue, you might not have 100 billion to fix health care. So that's the first thing. With the kind of situations we are seeing now, probably the money budgeted for essential services like primary health care, education will probably be reviewed downward. That's the first direct impact of that development. The second impact is the ability to pay salaries or ability to pay contractors, right? Salaries, we all know recurrent expenditure. Government is one of the biggest employers of labor, either at the federal level, the state level, or the local government level. Now, once revenues are not coming as much as you would expect it to come, of course, your revenues, your ability to pay or meet your financial obligations in terms of payments of salaries will be affected. That's the second thing. The third part of it is your ability to pay your debts, right? So Nigeria is owing a lot of our debt burden is also very high as well due to past debts of subsidy eras. Now, your ability to service all of these debts is based on what you are earning on a yearly basis. If you don't earn enough, you won't have enough to service your debt, which might affect your debt credibility or your debt tag in the global market, which is also not a good thing. So, I mean, all of this are the short-term or the long-term benefits of the impact of this development.
So when it comes to the external oil decisions, are you saying that Nigeria is actually vulnerable to whatever?
Yes. So we are more of a price taker than a price. So the international market really dictates the price, and then because I mean, this market is determined by the free hand of demand and supply, really. So there's little or nothing you can do. The most important thing is to stay within what you're in control of. So what are you in control of, right? You need to increase your oil production. You need to be more cost effective. You need to make sure that your cost of producing oil per barrel is one of the lowest in the world, so you can get more value for this crude oil you're producing. And then you need to also pay attention to the value chain as well. Pay attention to your downstream, to your midstream, where you can get more value for the crude oil. So again, when it comes to the upstream, we're more of a price taker. And so, I mean, the market dictates the price, and we just have to play along.
So what does this development, or let's call it a situation, actually mean for Nigeria's budgeting, revenue projection, and also fiscal planning?
Well, in terms of budgeting, I think the biggest takeaway for us most time is the government have always been accused for being over ambitious in how it puts its projections. I say this because there was a time I was listening to the Yemi Kale, who was a former DG of Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, and he has often complained that he had often been in meetings where projections are being made, and he's always shocked about how we arrive at this projection. So, for instance, we struggled all year to do 1.6, right? And then the next year, you are putting a projection of 2 million barrels in your budget. I mean, the last year you barely scratched 1.4, 1.5. So what indices do you use to put that 2 million? So we need to be a bit, we need to have conservative estimates or projections, so that even when we exceed it, which was what we're doing under the Obasanjo's era, which is why we're able to have something we call excess crude accounts. Even when we exceed it, the excess of what we projected can be kept aside and then be used for further development in other areas of the economy. So we just need to we need to lower our expectations, and we need to be more realistic on how we plan our budgets going forward.
So, going forward, apart from lowering our expectations, what other steps should we take so we're not vulnerable to,
well, the biggest steps we need to take is we need to reduce the time diversification of the economy has been a ringtone since like 1999. A lot of presidents on time past, either from Jonathan, Yaradua, or Obasanjo, have always complained that, we need to diversify the economy. We need to reduce our exposure to oil. I mean, we were not where we used to be, but a lot of things can still be done to make life better. So we need to pay attention to other sectors of the economy that can give us value, right? A lot of people have talked about Brazil, for instance. Their major source of FX is tourism. You look at other countries that pay attention to agricultural products. You see other countries paying attention to other things that they are of value, of importance. So the point is we need to reduce our exposure to oil, because it's a very, very volatile market, right? And you are not a giver, you are a price taker, really. A lot of things happen there that are extremely outside your control. You can wake up one morning and one pipeline busted. Before you know it, the whole market would crash and you are back to ground zero. So we need to stay within things that are within our control. The government needs to prioritize agri. The government needs to have serious conversation about making sure that things like Nollywood, things like festive periods, or even tourism, things like hotels, we are getting more value from it. We are earning more effects from it. And then once that is in place, it completely reduces our exposure to oil and gas. And so even if there are volatilities there, your economy would always adjust because you are not that exposed.
Right. So before I let you go, from your perspective as an analyst, and from research that you've done, and of course history, are you for Trump's decision or against Trump's decision?
Well, it's a difficult conversation. First of all, what the Venezuela president Nicolas Maduro is, I think we all agree it was wrong, right? His antecedents over the time past have been wrong. But then how do you correct a wrong? do you correct it with the right way or the wrong way? So if you look at Trump, I was listening to one of the congressmen on CNN this morning, and he was complaining bitterly about the Congress not being aware that Trump was going to carry out that decision. And so they are even thinking of taking actions that would further curtail his ability to do that. So again, I mean, two wrongs does not make it right. So yes, we need to curtail the excesses of a dictator, but how do we do that? We need to do that the right way, and I think that's where a lot of people have concerns with Trump.
All right, thank you so much, Deepa. It was really good to have you here.
Thank you.
All right, we've examined the key issues, explored the context, and unpack what the developments mean going forward. And as the news continues to evolve, these conversations remain important in helping us better understand the forces shaping our economy, the society, and everyday lives. Thank you for watching. I am Deborah Eze, and join us tomorrow on Beyond the Headlines.